You're listening to Dr. Gloom, a quiet place for the deep, the dark, and the mysterious. Settle in. Let the room dim. Breathe slowly. These stories are meant to drift with you towards sleep. If you enjoy spending the night here, please like, share, and subscribe. Your support keeps the shadows alive. Tonight, we lean into a quiet descent into the unknown, softly, slowly, without hurry. The still water. I remember the summer when the river swelled, thick with rain and secrets. The banks shifted, and my childhood world turned into something unrecognizable. My home sat on the edge of that river, a weathered cottage with a slanted roof that creaked under the weight of dusk. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and wildflowers, both intoxicating and cloying, as if nature herself was holding her breath. Those afternoons stretched endlessly, the golden light spilling across the fields like melted butter. I spent hours at the water's edge, toes digging into the cool, squelching mud. The river sang a low, murmuring tune, its surface glistening under the sun, inviting and treacherous. I would watch the currents swirl and shift, the way the water danced over unseen stones, a rhythm I could almost understand. But it was in those moments of stillness that the river became something else, something that beckoned me closer, whispering promises of freedom. I often imagined that I could step into the water and let it carry me away, far from the weight of my small life. I'd think of the old stories I heard from my grandmother, tales of those who had wandered too far into the depths and never returned. She would tell them as a warning, her voice hushed, as if the walls themselves might listen. I never quite believed her then, but I felt the pull of those stories, an echo in my bones. There was a well near our cottage, hidden behind a curtain of ivy and brambles. It had always been a place of fascination for me, a dark mouth that yawned wide, its stones slick with moss. I would peer into its depths, the cool air rising to meet my face, carrying with it the earthy scent of decay. I could never see the bottom, just shadows that flickered and danced like fleeting thoughts. They spoke to me in soft whispers, inviting and elusive, urging me to come closer. One evening, as the sun dipped low and shadows stretched long, I wandered to the well, drawn by an inexplicable urge. The world around me was painted in twilight hues, the sky bruising into deep purples and blues. I approached the well cautiously, the crunch of gravel beneath my feet muffled by the thickening air. I peered in, the darkness a velvet curtain that felt alive, pulsating with a breath of its own. And then I saw her. A girl, perhaps my age, with hair that floated like tendrils of smoke. Her eyes shone with a light that seemed to beckon me, calm yet haunting. I felt a strange familiarity, a connection that transcended the boundaries of time and space. She didn't speak, but her gaze held stories that sent shivers down my spine. I felt drawn to her, as if she were a lifeline to something forgotten. In the days that followed, I returned to the well often. Sometimes I would sit at its edge, letting my fingers trace the cool stone, imagining what it would be like to slip into that darkness. The river would whisper to me from afar, calling me to the water's edge, as if it were singing a lullaby meant only for me. I imagined the girl's laughter echoing across the surface, a sound I longed to hear. One afternoon, I found myself at the river again, the air thick with the scent of rain. The clouds gathered ominously, a soft rumble of thunder rolling through the sky. As the first drops fell, I felt an urgency tugging at me, a need to seek shelter. I turned to leave, but the river caught my gaze, its waters swirling with a hunger that seemed almost sentient. I stood transfixed, the raindrops mingling with the river, as if the sky were pouring its soul into the depths. The girl appeared again, shimmering through the curtain of rain. Her eyes held a storm of longing, and I understood then that she wanted me to join her. The thought sent a thrill through me, a promise of adventure wrapped in a shroud of danger. I felt my heart quicken, drawn by an inexplicable connection that hummed beneath my skin. I stepped closer to the water, the mud sucking at my feet, urging me to come deeper. The river roared, the sound a wild heartbeat that resonated in my chest. I could hear the girl's laughter mingling with the thunder, a melody woven into the fabric of the storm. I could almost feel her hand reaching out, beckoning me forward into the unknown. But then, in the corner of my mind, a whisper of caution fluttered, a memory of my grandmother's voice warning me of the depths. I hesitated, the cool water lapping at my ankles, tugging me with a gentle insistence. For a moment, I stood there, caught between the allure of the river and the pulse of reality, until a sudden rush of wind forced me to turn. The storm rolled in, dark clouds swallowing the light. The river surged, its surface churning violently, and I felt a jolt of panic. I stumbled back, the mud slipping beneath my feet, and suddenly, the girl's face was gone, swallowed by the chaos. The laughter faded into the thunder, leaving only the sound of rushing water, a growl that echoed in the hollow of my chest. In that moment, clarity washed over me like the rain. I turned and fled, the river's song fading into the distance as I raced back to the safety of my cottage. The walls felt comforting, solid against the tempest outside. I leaned against the door, breathing heavily, the shadows of the evening creeping in. Days passed, and the river receded, revealing stones and debris once hidden beneath the surface. I no longer returned to the well, nor did I linger at the water's edge. The river had turned into a mere trickle, a quiet reminder of what could have been. The girl remained etched in my mind, a fleeting vision that whispered of freedom and danger. It wasn't until the following summer that I learned the truth. A neighbor mentioned in passing that a girl had drowned in the river years ago, her laughter still echoing in the hearts of those who remembered. I felt a chill race down my spine, a sense of knowing that tied me to her story. The river had claimed her, and in a way, it had claimed me too, if only for a moment. The well still stands, ivy creeping around its stones, and sometimes I can hear it whispering in the quiet moments of twilight. I feel the pull of the river, a gentle reminder of that summer when the world shifted and I stood at the edge of something vast and unknowable. The echoes of laughter linger in the shadows, a haunting melody that calls to me still, tethered to the depths of my memory. The weight of silence. There's a heaviness in old buildings, an almost palpable weight that settles in their corners and clings to the walls. I had grown accustomed to this sensation during my time in the city, but nothing prepared me for the oppressive stillness of the old warehouse where I found work. The air was thick with dust, and the floors creaked underfoot, as if they were whispering secrets of long-forgotten days. The building loomed above, its cracked facade a testament to years spent weathering storms, both external and internal. On my first day, I was tasked with cataloging a collection of items that had been left behind by previous tenants. Each object had its own story, and I found myself drawn to the way they spoke of lives once lived. An old typewriter sat in the corner, its keys stiff and worn. I imagined fingers tapping away at its surface, crafting letters that would never be sent. In a nearby room, I discovered a forgotten piano, its keys yellowed with age. I could almost hear the distant echoes of melodies long silenced, lingering in the air like the scent of mildew. As I moved deeper into the building, I felt an odd pull toward the freight elevator, a hulking metal box that stood still, its doors slightly ajar. I had never been fond of elevators, a lingering fear of being trapped in their confined spaces. Yet there was something about this one that intrigued me. It felt as though it beckoned, a deep, throaty whisper mingling with the hum of the building. I stepped inside, feeling the cool metal against my fingertips, a tactile reminder of its age. The walls were painted a dull gray, and I could see faint outlines of graffiti, remnants of those who had once sought refuge in this forgotten place. With a soft thud, the doors closed behind me, and I pressed the button for the ground floor. The machinery groaned to life, a low rumble that reverberated through my chest. I felt the familiar sensation of descent, but instead of the usual jolt when the elevator reached its destination, it continued to descend. Slowly, as if it had forgotten where to stop. The light flickered, casting fleeting shadows that danced around me, creating a disconcerting play of darkness and illumination. Time slipped away in that space, and I lost all sense of how long I had been descending. The air grew colder, and the silence deepened, wrapping itself around me like a shroud. I could feel my heartbeat thrumming in my ears, a reminder of my existence against the stillness that surrounded me. Finally, the elevator came to a halt, and the doors creaked open to reveal a dimly lit hallway, its walls lined with peeling paint and flickering fluorescent lights. I stepped out, hesitating for a moment as I took in my surroundings. The hallway seemed endless, stretching far beyond what I could see, and I could feel an inexplicable urge to explore. As I walked, the sound of my footsteps echoed off the walls, each step amplifying the isolation that enveloped me. I noticed doors lining the corridor, all closed, their surfaces marred by time. I felt drawn to one door in particular, its wood splintered and weathered. The air around it felt charged, as if something lay just beyond the threshold, waiting. I reached for the handle, but it was cold, unyielding. I pushed against it, but it wouldn't budge. A sense of frustration washed over me, mingling with an odd sense of calm. It felt as though the door was holding back something important, something that belonged to another time. I moved on, the urge to return to the elevator growing stronger. Yet, as I turned to retrace my steps, I realized the hallway had shifted, the doors now appearing closer, the light dimmer. Panic fluttered in my chest as I quickened my pace, but the hallway seemed to stretch infinitely before me, a serpent winding through shadows. I glanced back, but the elevator was nowhere in sight. The silence was oppressive, swallowing my breaths and muffling the sound of my footsteps. I turned again, searching for any sign of familiarity, but the hallway remained a labyrinth of uncertainty. It was then that I felt it, a gentle brush against my shoulder, as light as a feather, yet sending a jolt of awareness through me. I turned sharply, expecting to find someone, perhaps a fellow worker, or a ghost of the building's past. But there was only the stillness. The air thickened with an inexplicable dread, as if the walls themselves held their breath, waiting for my next move. I pressed on, determined to find my way back. The fluorescent lights flickered, casting erratic shadows that danced along the floor, and I could feel the weight of unseen eyes upon me. I tried to convince myself it was just the building's age, but a deeper instinct whispered that I was not alone. A sudden chill swept through the corridor, wrapping around me like icy fingers. I paused, listening intently, and for a fleeting moment, I thought I heard the soft sound of footsteps behind me. They were barely audible, but they echoed in the vast emptiness, a reminder of my solitude. I quickened my pace, heart racing, and as I did, I could feel the air shift, the atmosphere thickening with an urgency that made my skin crawl. I reached another door, its surface slightly ajar. I hesitated, feeling a pull towards it. The air felt electric, charged with something I couldn't name. I pushed the door open, and it creaked on its hinges, revealing a small room dimly lit by a single bulb. Dust motes danced in the light, and at the center stood a table covered in yellowed papers and forgotten trinkets. As I stepped inside, a sense of familiarity washed over me, as though I had walked into a dream I couldn't quite remember. I glanced around, my fingers brushing against the cold, rough wood of the table. There, among the forgotten items, I noticed a small silver locket, tarnished but still beautiful. I picked it up, feeling the weight of it in my palm, and opened it. Inside was a faded photograph of a woman, her eyes gazing out at me with a mixture of longing and sorrow. In that moment, I felt a connection, a thread woven through time that linked us. I could almost hear her voice, soft and inviting, as if she were urging me to stay, to listen. But the whisper was fleeting, lost in the silence that enveloped the room. I felt the weight of her gaze, and the realization hit me like a cold wave. She was a part of this place, bound to the walls and the shadows. I looked around, and the sense of being watched intensified. The air grew heavier, thick with memories both tender and tragic. I knew I needed to leave, to find my way back to the elevator, but the locket felt like an anchor, holding me in place. I set it back down gently, as if it were a fragile piece of history, and turned to leave. The hallway stretched before me again, but this time it felt different, as if the walls were shifting and breathing, alive with the stories they held. I walked, the echo of my footsteps blending with a distant melody that seemed to rise and fall like the tide. The weight of the silence surrounded me, but now it felt less like a burden and more like a presence, a reminder of the lives that had come before. The elevator appeared before me, its doors slightly ajar, a beacon in the gloom. I stepped inside, and as the last train. The night was thick with an eerie stillness as I stepped into the dimly lit subway station. A flickering fluorescent light buzzed overhead, casting ghostly shadows against the cracked tiles. My breath hung in the air, a soft fog in the chill that seeped through the walls, hinting at the world above, where the hum of life seemed a distant memory. It was well past midnight, and the platform lay empty, an expanse of solitude stretching before me. The train, they said, would arrive soon. I had just missed the last one a few minutes before, the sound of its departing rumble echoing in my mind like a specter. I shifted my weight from one foot to the other, feeling the gritty concrete beneath my soles. My heart beat steadily, yet each thud seemed to echo louder in the silence, like a warning I didn't quite understand. I pulled my jacket tighter around me, the fabric rough against my skin, a futile shield against the creeping unease that clung to the air. The walls of the station closed in around me, their faded advertisements peeling away like memories I could not quite grasp. Time felt suspended, a thick fog swirling with the scent of damp earth and rust. The occasional drip of water echoed from somewhere above, an irregular metronome counting down to something I could not name. The sudden gust of wind swept through the tunnel, stirring the air with an unsettling chill. I turned my gaze toward the darkened mouth of the tunnel, where shadows danced and writhed as if alive. The sound of wheels on metal tracks began to emerge from the depths, a low rumble that vibrated through my bones. The train's headlights pierced the darkness, illuminating the platform for a brief moment before it rolled to a stop. As the doors slid open with a soft hiss, I hesitated, my breath catching in my throat. The interior was dim, the seats worn and faded, the air heavy with a stale scent that seemed to cling to the fabric like memories long forgotten. I stepped inside, the sound of my footsteps swallowed by the soft hum of the train, and took a seat near the window. The cold glass pressed against my cheek, and I gazed out into the void of the tunnel, where darkness pooled like ink. The train lurched forward, the world outside blurring into shadow. I felt a strange pull, a desire to sink deeper into the enveloping dark, as if it could swallow me whole. I tried to focus on the rhythmic clatter of the wheels against the tracks, but my thoughts drifted back to when I was a child, riding trains with my mother. Her laughter bright and warm. I remembered the way she would point out the lights of distant towns, how she wove stories of adventure from the flickering glow of the passing landscape. But those moments faded, and now I was alone, the warmth of childhood memories slipping away like smoke. As the train continued its journey, I began to notice other passengers. A figure sat across from me, their face obscured by a hood. A shroud of darkness enveloped them, and I could make out only the faint glimmer of eyes that seemed to watch me intently. My heart quickened, and I looked away, focusing instead on the reflections dancing in the glass. A flicker of movement caught my eye, a fleeting shadow darting through the compartment. I turned my head, but nothing was there. The rhythmic thud of the train began to morph, the sound growing irregular, as if it were struggling against something unseen. The hooded figure remained, their gaze unwavering, and I felt a shiver creep down my spine. I tried to shake off the feeling of dread that settled like a weight in my chest. The station lights flickered beyond the window, but the landscape outside felt disjointed, an unsettling blend of reality and dream. I closed my eyes for a moment, allowing the sway of the train to lull me. The sound of rushing wind outside became a soft whisper, coaxing me into a trance. When I opened my eyes again, the hooded figure had moved closer. My breath quickened, and I felt the weight of their presence pressing in on me. The train rattled violently, and I gripped the armrest, the cold metal biting into my palms. I glanced at the figure, their face still hidden beneath the fabric, but their hands were now visible, long, pale fingers curling around the edge of the seat. I could almost see the outlines of their features, a thinness that spoke of something unnatural. I turned back to the window, desperate to escape their gaze. But the dark tunnel beyond had morphed into a kaleidoscope of shadows, swirling and shifting in patterns I could not decipher. A sudden jolt sent the train careening, and I braced myself against the seat. The lights flickered again, casting eerie shapes across the compartment. I caught a glimpse of the figure, their eyes now glowing faintly, two pinpricks of light in the darkness. In that moment, I felt a deep pull, a strange connection that threaded through the air between us, weaving something that felt ancient and heavy. The train lurched again, the sound of metal shrieking against metal filling the air. Panic surged through me, the realization that I was trapped, tethered to this eerie vessel. I turned to the hooded figure, seeking some sort of explanation, but instead found only silence, a vast, hollow space where answers should have been. Then, as if sensing my fear, the figure leaned forward, their breath a cold whisper that brushed against my skin, an echo of a memory I could not place. I thought of childhood fears, the stories of things that lurked just beyond the light. The world outside the window had become a blur, and I was drowning in the darkness, the sound of my heart pounding, drowning out the noise of the train. The lights flickered once more, and in that fleeting moment, I saw it, a flicker of recognition in the figure's eyes. A memory stirred within me, a forgotten conversation from years past, a fleeting encounter that now felt achingly familiar. A feeling of loss washed over me, heavy and suffocating. The train began to slow, the screech of the brakes a haunting lament. I caught a glimpse of a station approaching, its light glowing dimly, a beacon in the oppressive dark. I felt an overwhelming urge to flee, to escape the weight of the figure's gaze and the memories that threatened to consume me. As the train came to a halt, I stood, my legs shaky beneath me. The doors slid open with a soft hiss, revealing the platform bathed in a pale light that felt almost ethereal. I stepped out, the cool air wrapping around me like a balm, but I could still feel the figure's presence, lingering, a shadow that would not be shaken. I glanced back as the doors closed, the figure watching me still, their eyes gleaming in the dim light. The train pulled away, disappearing into the tunnel, leaving behind only the echo of its passage. I turned toward the station, the strange sensation of freedom washing over me. But in the depths of my mind, a small voice whispered that some encounters linger long after the train has left the station, binding us to the darkness we cannot escape. The wind's embrace. I had always been drawn to the mountains, their jagged peaks rising like ancient teeth against the horizon. There was a freedom in the winding trails, a whispering promise of solitude, wrapped in the cool embrace of pine-scented air. Each summer, I would pack my gear and drive up to the old cabin my father had built, a refuge nestled among the trees, where the world felt far away and time seemed to stretch into a soft, dreamlike haze. The drive was always the same, a serpentine road with switchbacks that twisted through the dense forest, each bend revealing a new vista, a new feeling of elevation. I would roll down the window, letting the crisp mountain air rush in, invigorating and wild. The trees stood tall, their trunks rough against my fingertips as I passed. Sunlight danced through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that played tricks on my eyes. I felt alive, as though the mountains were breathing with me, drawing me closer into their heart. On this particular trip, the road felt different. Perhaps it was the lingering fog that draped the mountains like a shroud, heavy and thick, swallowing the distant calls of birds. My heart quickened as the cabin came into view, a familiar silhouette against the swirling gray. It had always been a sanctuary, a place where I could shed the weight of the world. But this time, something felt off. The air was too still, too expectant. I stepped inside, the creaking floorboards echoing in the silence. Dust motes floated lazily in the shafts of light, and the scent of aged wood wrapped around me like a memory. I set my things down and moved to the window, peering out at the thickening mist. It curled around the trunks of trees, weaving in and out like ghostly fingers, reaching for something just beyond my sight. As evening fell, the fog thickened further, wrapping the cabin in a cocoon of gray. I lit a fire in the old stone hearth, its warmth crackling softly in the quiet. The flames danced, casting flickering shadows on the walls, and I settled into the worn armchair with a book, the pages whispering secrets beneath my fingers. Time slipped away, and I lost myself in the gentle rhythm of the fire. But the quiet was deceptive. Outside, the wind began to stir, a low howl that seeped through the cracks in the cabin's walls. It was not the playful breeze I remembered, but something deeper, more insistent. It wrapped around the cabin, rattling the windows and making the door creak ominously in its frame. I felt the hairs on my neck rise, a subtle chill creeping into the warmth of the room. As I glanced up from my book, I caught a movement outside the window. My heart quickened, an instinctual warning prickling at my senses. I peered into the fog, but it swallowed everything, hiding the world just beyond the glass. I shook my head, dismissing the unease, attributing it to the shadows and the wind's relentless whispers. Hours passed, the fire dwindling to glowing embers, and I finally closed the book, surrendering to sleep. The wind continued its mournful lament, weaving through the trees, carrying with it the faint echo of laughter. I dreamed then of childhood days spent racing down these very trails, the sun warm on my back, my father's voice calling out, urging me to keep up. The trails, once my playground, twisted in my mind, becoming a labyrinth of shadows and whispers. In my dream, I stood at a lookout point, the view stretching endlessly before me. It was breathtaking, yet there was a heaviness in the air, a sense of being watched. I turned to find a figure standing just behind me, cloaked in the fog. I could not make out their features, but I felt a familiar warmth radiating from them, a bond that tethered me to my past. I reached out, my fingers brushing against the cool air where they stood. But they vanished like smoke, leaving only the echo of their presence behind. I woke with a start, the cabin dark and quiet. The wind had subsided, leaving an unsettling stillness in its wake. I rose, moving to the window once more, drawn by an inexplicable compulsion. Outside, the fog had thickened into a wall, a curtain that obscured everything. I felt a shiver run down my spine as I remembered the figure from my dream. A voice, soft and familiar, echoed in my mind, urging me to find my way. The following day, I decided to hike the old trails. The air was cool and heavy, the fog still clinging to the ground like a second skin. With each step, I felt the ground shift beneath me, the trail winding into the trees, disappearing into the unknown. The familiar sights became muted, colors dulled by the mist. I walked slowly, absorbing the quiet, each rustle of leaves and crack of twigs underfoot amplifying the solitude. As I climbed higher, I came upon an old lookout I had often visited as a child. The wooden platform, once sturdy, now felt frail underfoot, the railings splintered and worn. I stepped out into the open air, the world beyond concealed by the dense fog. I could feel the weight of the mountains pressing down, an unspoken challenge that made my heart race. Standing at the edge, I closed my eyes, letting the cool wind wrap around me, searching for a connection to the past. I remembered my father's laughter as we stood together, peering over the edge, feeling invincible. But the memory shifted, the laughter fading into something darker, a whisper that tangled with the wind. I opened my eyes, and in the corner of my vision, I thought I saw a figure move among the trees, just beyond my reach. My breath caught in my throat. I turned to look, but the figure was gone, swallowed by the fog. The air felt thick, pressing against me, and I stepped back, unease creeping into my bones. I wanted to leave, to retreat back to the safety of the cabin, but something held me there, a magnetic pull that tethered me to that spot. I took a breath, steadying myself, and stepped back toward the edge. As I did, I felt the ground beneath me shift, a subtle tremor that sent a jolt of fear through me. I stumbled, catching myself on the splintered railing. The fog swirled, twisting in a dance around me, and I caught a glimpse of the figure again, standing just beyond the trees, watching. I blinked, and the figure was gone, but the feeling of being observed lingered. I turned back to the view, but it was no longer a breathtaking panorama. Instead, it felt like a vast abyss, a yawning chasm that beckoned me to look deeper. The wind picked up, carrying with it a hint of something sweet yet decayed. I felt a longing, a yearning that pulled at the edges of my consciousness. In that moment, I understood. The mountains held their secrets close. The fog was not merely a veil, but a guardian of memories long buried. I could feel a weight of my father's presence, the warmth of his spirit mingling with the coolness of the air. The freedom I had sought was not a release, but an embrace, a reminder that the past is never truly gone. It lingers in the spaces between breaths. As I turned to leave, I glanced back one last time. The fog shifted, and I thought I caught a fleeting glimpse of a smile, a connection that transcended the barriers of life and death. Wanderlust. Wanderlust. There was a peculiar comfort in the slow decay of my childhood home, a creaking structure that had weathered storms and seasons with a stubbornness I admired. The wood was splintered in places, and the paint had long since chipped away to reveal the bare bones of the house beneath. Sunlight filtered through the grimy windows, casting dappled patterns on the floor, a soft reminder of warmth in a world that had grown increasingly cold. As a child, I would sit in the attic for hours, surrounded by forgotten things, dusty trunks filled with moth-eaten clothes, a cracked mirror that reflected a faded version of myself, and a small wooden chest that smelled of cedar. Each object whispered stories I could barely grasp, tales of lives lived in the same space I now occupied. My parents had long since abandoned this house, leaving me to sift through memories, while the world outside slipped further into a muted haze of uncertainty. It was during one of those quiet afternoons that I first heard the bells. They chimed, low and resonant, vibrating through the floorboards and into my bones. The sound was both mournful and soothing, echoing through the silence that had settled around me like dust. I could not place their origin. They were not the bells of a church, nor did they belong to any clock tower I had known. They seemed to rise from the earth itself, mingling with the whispers of the house, weaving a tapestry of longing and something darker. The air in the attic grew heavy, thick with a sense of waiting. I found myself drawn to the window, where I could peer down at the overgrown garden below. A tangle of weeds and wildflowers erupted from the earth, the colors vibrant, yet somehow muted, as if the sun had forgotten to shine fully upon them. It was a place where childhood dreams had once flourished, but now the garden felt like a remnant of a world that had ceased to care. Days turned to weeks, and the bells became a constant presence. I would sit on the attic floor, leaning against the wall, trying to concentrate on the flickering shadows that danced before me. There was a rhythm to the tolling, as if it were calling to me, urging me to listen more closely. Sometimes, I thought I heard faint whispers mingling with the chimes, snippets of conversation lost in the ether. It was then that I remembered a conversation I had with a neighbor, an elderly woman who had lived down the street. Her voice had been soft, almost ethereal, as she spoke of the past, the vibrant life of the town before the sickness came. The days when laughter echoed in the streets, children played without fear, and the bells rang joyfully to mark celebrations. But as she spoke, her eyes seemed to drift beyond me, as if she were seeing something I could not. She had mentioned a time when the bells turned somber, when the world changed with a whisper, a creeping dread that settled into the bones of the town. I had listened, intrigued, but unaware of the weight of her words. Now, in the silence of the attic, I began to understand. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and shadows stretched long across the floor, I ventured outside. The air was crisp, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. I stepped into the garden, the grass soft and cool beneath my bare feet. Each step felt like a connection to something ancient, a silent pact with the ground that had nurtured so many generations. The bells rang again, their sound echoing through the twilight. It was an urgent call now, a beckoning that made my heart race. I felt a magnetic pull, drawing me deeper into the garden, where the weeds whispered secrets I could not quite comprehend. The moon began its ascent, casting silver light over the tangled greenery, and I followed the sound, moving toward the heart of the garden. There, nestled between the thick roots of an old oak, lay a small stone altar, almost hidden from view. It was covered in moss, the stones cool and damp to the touch. I knelt before it, the bells ringing clearer now, a cadence that pulsed with the rhythm of my own heartbeat. As I placed my hand on the altar, I felt a rush of memories flood my mind, faces of those who had come before me, lives intertwined with mine in ways I had never fully understood. In that moment, the world around me faded, the weight of the past pressing in, and I was no longer just a spectator. I felt the stories of my ancestors surge through me, their joys and sorrows wrapping around my heart like tendrils of ivy. I was part of something larger, a thread woven into the fabric of this place. And I understood that the bells were not just a sound. They were a lifeline to the past, a reminder of the fragility of existence. The air grew thick with an otherworldly presence, and I closed my eyes, surrendering to the sensation. The garden pulsed with life, and I could almost hear the laughter of children playing, the joyous ringing of the bells that had once marked celebrations. But then, as quickly as it came, the laughter faded, replaced by a haunting stillness that wrapped around me like a shroud. I opened my eyes to find the garden transformed. The vibrant colors had dulled, replaced by a sepia tone that made everything feel distant, as though I were gazing through a fogged window. The weight of time pressed heavily on my shoulders, and I realized the bells had taken on a new sound, a dirge that resonated with the finality of loss. I was an observer now, trapped between moments, caught in a liminal space that both frightened and fascinated me. With each toll, I felt the presence of those who had walked this earth long before me. I could sense their longing, their hope for freedom from the weight of memory. It was then that I understood. The bells did not just signify the passing of time. They marked the boundaries of what had been and what could never be reclaimed. I was an intruder in their world, a visitor in a place that had long since forgotten joy. As I rose to leave, the air turned cold and the shadows deepened, wrapping around me like a cloak. I stepped back through the garden, the sound of the bells fading into the night, their echoes now a gentle reminder of what was lost. I returned to the house, the attic beckoning me once more, a refuge from the haunting stillness outside. I sat on the floor, the cool wood beneath me grounding my racing thoughts. The attic was a sanctuary, filled with whispers of the past, and the bells had transformed into a distant memory. Yet as I leaned back against the wall, I felt their presence linger in the air, an echo of what I had experienced. In that quiet space, I realized the truth of my wanderings. I was forever bound to this place, to the stories buried beneath the surface. The bells would toll for me, calling me back to the roots of my existence, reminding me that even in decay, there was a kind of freedom, one that came from embracing the shadows of our past. The last bell. In the days when we still ventured outside, before the world turned its back and the streets fell silent, I wandered through the narrow alleyways of my childhood town. The sun hung low, spilling a muted golden light that bathed everything in a soft glow. I remember the scent of lilacs mingling with the damp earth, a fragrance that had once seemed so innocent, so full of life. The air felt thick, as if holding its breath, and every footstep echoed with a weight that seemed to draw me deeper into the heart of the town. The town had changed, of course. It had grown quieter, wrapped in a shroud of uncertainty and whispers. The once vibrant market square lay empty, save for the occasional flutter of a newspaper caught in the breeze, spinning like a lost memory. The old clock tower, which had stood for centuries, still ticked on, though its chime had grown distant, muffled by the heavy stillness that settled like fog over the cobblestones. I wandered past the baker's shop. The windows darkened, the smell of fresh bread, a ghost of what it once was. I could almost taste it. Crusty loaves, warm and fragrant, fresh from the oven. I remembered how the baker's hands had danced over the dough, shaping it with care, the way he'd smile as he slid the loaves into the roaring heat. Now, the only remnants were the faded chalk drawings on the sidewalk, worn down by time and neglect. As I turned onto a side street, I felt a chill brush against my skin, an inexplicable shiver that whispered of something unseen. I paused, absorbing the muted sounds of the town. The creak of an old door swinging in the wind, the rustle of leaves that had begun to scatter, a quiet reminder of the world beyond. The bell atop the clock tower, tolling once, then twice, reverberated through the air, its tone heavy and mournful, as though it mourned the life that had once thrived here. The townsfolk had begun to wear their faces like masks, eyes darting from shadow to shadow, suspicion wrapping around them like a second skin. Fear had etched lines on their brows, and whispered conversations danced around me like phantoms. They spoke of a sickness that crept through the streets, invisible, but all too real. A slow contagion that turned their lives upside down. They'd huddled indoors, clutching their loved ones close, the echoes of laughter fading into silence. One afternoon, I found myself drawn to the old playground, where the swings swayed gently in the breeze, their chains creaking like the whispers of children long gone. The rusty slide loomed beside me, a silent sentinel watching over the memories of laughter and carefree days. I could almost hear the echoes of our childhood games, the thrill of daring each other to climb higher, to jump farther. Yet now, the shadows stretched long, wrapping around the empty swings like fingers grasping at something lost. As I sat on the splintered wood of a bench, I noticed an old woman standing by the slide, her silhouette outlined against the waning light. She wore a faded shawl, the fabric thin and threadbare, and her hair hung like wisps of silver in the breeze. Her eyes glinted with a knowing glimmer, and I felt an inexplicable pull, as though she beckoned me closer, promising secrets hidden beneath the layers of dust and memory. I approached her slowly, the ground beneath my feet crunching with each step, the sound jarring in the silence. She turned to me, and for a moment, I felt the weight of her gaze settle deep in my chest. It was a gaze that seemed to pierce through the veil of the present, dragging me into a past that shimmered like a mirage. I could see her lips move, but the words slipped away like smoke, leaving only the sensation of urgency hanging in the air. She gestured toward the playground, and I followed her gaze. I could almost see us there, my friends and I, our laughter ringing through the air, the sun warming our skin. Yet the vision faded, replaced by the sense of something lurking just beyond the edges of memory. The bell tolled again, its sound echoing through the fading light. And the old woman turned, her form blurring at the edges, as if she were nothing more than a figment of the twilight. The next day, I returned to the square. The air was still thick with an unsettling stillness, the kind that made the hairs on my arms prickle. I could hear the clock tower ticking, the sound lulling me into a trance. Each tick felt like a heartbeat, a reminder of the life that still pulsed beneath the surface, waiting to be acknowledged. I felt drawn to the woman again, the shadows shifting as I wandered, seeking her out among the fading echoes of the town. But she was gone, leaving only the memory of her presence lingering like a phantom, a reminder of the stories woven into the fabric of the town. I wandered through the empty streets, the buildings looming over me like silent witnesses, their cracked facades whispering tales of lives intertwined. I could almost hear the laughter of children, the distant calls of a market bustling with life, yet it all felt like a dream slipping through my fingers. I returned to the playground once more, the sky turning dark with the promise of evening. The swings moved ever so slightly, a gentle sway that felt like the breath of something alive. I closed my eyes, letting the sounds of the night wash over me, the rustle of leaves, the faint chirping of crickets, the echo of that far-off bell tolling like a heartbeat in the quiet. In that moment, I felt a shift, a presence wrapping around me like a soft embrace. It was as if the town itself had come alive, whispering secrets only I could hear. The bell tolled again, louder this time, reverberating through the air with an urgency that made my heart race. I opened my eyes, and there, beneath the flickering street lamp, stood the old woman once more. Her expression was serene, and yet something in her eyes held a depth of sorrow that felt almost infinite. She beckoned to me again, and without hesitation, I moved closer. The air grew heavier as I approached, the shadows lengthening and curling around my feet, and I felt a pull, an invitation into the depths of her knowing. But just as I reached out, the bell tolled again, its sound reverberating through the stillness, slicing through the moment like a knife. The woman's form shimmered, flickering like an old film, and I felt a jolt of realization wash over me. She was part of this place, part of the stories that had been woven into its very fabric. And in that instant, I understood that she had been waiting, watching, guiding those who wandered through the silence. With a final toll, the bell echoed through the air, and she began to fade, her form dissolving into the shadows, leaving only the weight of her gaze behind. The playground stood empty once more, the swing swaying gently in the breeze, and I felt the chill of the evening settle around me, wrapping me in its quiet embrace. As I turned to leave, the weight of the town settled on my shoulders, a reminder of the lives once lived here, the laughter that had faded into silence. The bell tolled again, a lingering note that hung in the air like a final farewell. And I stepped back into the shadows, feeling the town breathe softly around me, its secrets echoing in the stillness. Freedom. The evening air settled thick and humid, wrapping around me like a worn blanket, each breath a faint struggle against the weight of the heat. I could feel the day fading, the sun retreating behind a row of trees that bordered the edge of town, their silhouettes darkening against the sky. Shadows crawled across the cracked pavement of the old road where I had wandered since childhood, always drawn to the fringes of our small community. As I walked, memories surfaced like bubbles in a murky pond. I recalled the laughter of children at the playground, their voices ringing out in the summer sun, the sweet scent of honeysuckle that lingered in the air. Yet, beneath those recollections lay a quiet hum of something else, something that whispered through the leaves, drawing my attention to the overgrown path that led deeper into the woods. It was a path I had known since I was small, a path that had always felt alive, as if it breathed alongside me. I stepped off the cracked pavement, my feet sinking into the soft earth where weeds and grass tangled together in a wild embrace. The further I walked, the more the world around me seemed to shift, the air thickening with a soft, tangible pulse. It was as if the woods were holding their breath, waiting for something to unfold. The familiar chirps of crickets were muted, replaced by a silence that felt heavy, as if the trees themselves were listening. The sun had dipped low, casting elongated shadows that danced like specters among the trees. I remembered how, as a child, I had ventured this way with a friend, the thrill of discovery fueling our imaginations. We had stumbled upon an old stone altar, hidden by the underbrush, its surface worn smooth by time. There, we had played, weaving stories of ancient rituals and lost treasures, unaware of the chill that lingered in the air. Tonight, the memory pulled me forward, and I found myself retracing those steps, the anticipation mingling with an unease that tickled the back of my mind. I reached the clearing where the altar lay, its stones still rising from the earth like tired bones. Moonlight spilled across the surface, illuminating the lichen that crept along the edges, giving it an ethereal glow. I knelt beside it, brushing my fingers over the cool, damp stone, feeling the pulse of history beneath my fingertips. A breeze swept through the clearing, rustling the leaves and sending a shiver down my spine. In that moment, the world felt oddly suspended, as if I had crossed a threshold into a place untouched by time. I could almost hear whispers drifting through the branches, words woven into the very fabric of the night. They beckoned me closer, coaxing me to listen. I closed my eyes, letting the sounds envelop me, and suddenly I was a child again, lost in a dream. I could see my friend's face, illuminated by the flickering light of fireflies, our laughter mingling with the soft rustle of the trees. Yet there was something else in that memory, something that felt out of place. It was a fleeting sensation, like a shadow, just beyond the edge of my vision. Opening my eyes, I found myself alone in the clearing, the weight of the silence pressing down. The breeze had stilled, leaving a thick stillness that felt almost tangible. I stood, brushing dirt from my knees, and noticed the way the moonlight pooled around the altar, illuminating a small, dark object nestled in the crevice of the stones. Curiosity pulled me closer, and I reached down, my fingers wrapping around the cool surface. It was a small, carved figurine, its details worn but recognizable, a figure with arms outstretched, as if in a silent plea. The craftsmanship was exquisite, and yet an unsettling feeling crawled along my skin as I held it. It felt alive in my palm, pulsating with an energy that seemed to resonate with the quiet hum of the woods. I couldn't shake the feeling that it had been waiting for me, as if it had been expecting my arrival. A low rustling sounded from the edge of the clearing, and I turned, the hair on the back of my neck prickling. The trees seemed to lean in, their branches arching overhead like fingers reaching toward the sky. I felt an urge to run, to escape the weight of those unseen eyes upon me. But something held me there, tethered to the ground. The figurine pulsed in my hand, and with it, the shadows deepened, swirling around me like a shroud. Then, from the darkness, a figure stepped forward, half-formed in the shadows, its features indistinct, yet eerily familiar. I squinted, trying to catch a glimpse of its face, and as the moonlight broke through the clouds, a sense of recognition washed over me. It was my childhood friend, the one who had ventured this path with me so long ago. Yet there was a stillness in their eyes, the depth that felt unsettling. The laughter that had once filled our adventures was absent, replaced by an emptiness that seemed to stretch on for eternity. I felt the world around me flicker, the shadows pulsating in rhythm with the figurine in my hand. My heart raced, caught between the warmth of nostalgia and the cold grasp of dread. In that moment, I realized the whispers had not been merely a figment of my imagination. They were a chorus, woven into the fabric of the woods, echoing the stories of those who had come before. I could feel the weight of their presence, an ancient longing that mingled with the stillness, urging me to join them. I felt the pull of freedom, an invitation to step beyond the veil of the living, to shed the weight of the world. But as I stood there, caught in the web of memories and shadows, I also felt the pull of the earth beneath my feet, the familiar call of home. I stepped back, the figurine slipping from my grasp, landing softly on the mossy ground. The moment stretched, and the figure in the shadows faded, leaving me alone once more in the clearing, the pulse of the woods echoing in the silence. The moon shone brightly overhead, illuminating the altar and the remnants of my childhood. I turned and retraced my steps, the path familiar yet strange, as the whispers faded into the night. I could feel the weight of their longing behind me, a soft echo that lingered in the air, but I pressed on. The warmth of the pavement beneath my feet, a gentle reminder of the life I had chosen. The world beyond the trees awaited me, a tapestry of bright lights and laughter. But as I reached the edge of the woods, I glanced back one last time. The clearing lay still, the altar standing sentinel beneath the moonlight, and I could almost hear the sigh of the woods as they returned to their slumber. There was no freedom to be found there, only the promise of a different kind of weight, hidden in the shadows, waiting for the next wanderer to approach. The Warden's Watch. The air felt heavier than usual, clinging to my skin like a damp shroud. I had returned to the town of Eldermere after years spent away, drawn back by whispers of a lingering unease, an invisible tether that tightened around my chest as I drove down the familiar, winding roads. The trees are tall and stoic, loomed over me. Their branches gnarled as if clawing at the sky, and the scent of wet earth mingled with something sharp, a tang that pricked at the back of my throat. As I approached the town square, I noticed the bell tower standing sentinel at its center, its wooden frame weathered and cracked, just as I remembered. The bell had not rung in years, though the townsfolk spoke of it as if it were still alive, its voice echoing through the streets every hour. I parked my car beside the cobbled stones, their surface uneven beneath my feet, and stepped out, allowing the silence to wash over me. The only sound was the rustle of leaves in the gentle breeze, a soft whisper that seemed to beckon me closer. Eldermere had always been a quiet place, but there was a different kind of stillness now, a pause that lingered too long. I wandered through the square, the fading paint on the storefronts revealing layers of history buried beneath the surface. Dust motes danced in the shafts of light that filtered through the canopy of trees, each glimmering particle a reminder of time's relentless passage. The familiar smell of aged wood and sun-warmed stone stirred memories of long-forgotten afternoons spent playing tag with friends, our laughter ringing out like the bell that now lay dormant. Yet, even as I walked, the town felt altered, as if it were holding its breath, waiting for something to surface. I passed by the bakery, its windows darkened, the door hanging slightly ajar. A moment's hesitation clutched at me, but I pressed on, curiosity outweighing caution. The air grew thick as I stepped inside, the scent of stale bread mingling with something else, something sour that lingered in the corners. My fingers brushed against the counter, the rough wood splintering under the weight of my touch, and I glanced around, expecting to find the baker, but the place was empty. A single light flickered overhead, casting shadows that stretched and shrank like restless spirits. In the back, I could see the darkened oven, its iron door tightly shut, as if guarding secrets long buried. I recalled my mother's stories of the plague that had once swept through Eldermere, how the townsfolk had sealed themselves away, locking their doors as the bell tolled mournfully, signaling the arrival of death. I shivered at the thought, the weight of it pressing down on me, and turned to leave. Outside, the sun dipped lower, painting the sky in shades of bruised purple and deepening blue. I wandered aimlessly, drawn to the outskirts of town, where the old cemetery lay nestled between two hills. The wrought iron gate creaked as I pushed it open, a sound that seemed to echo through the stillness, a warning, or perhaps an invitation. The air here was cooler, tinged with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, an unsettling reminder of the transience of life. Gravestones rose from the ground like silent sentinels, each engraved with names that whispered stories of love, loss, and sorrow. I ran my fingers over the cold stone, tracing the names, feeling the grooves under my touch. My heart quickened as I stumbled upon a familiar name, one I hadn't thought of in years. Thomas Grayson, a boy from my childhood, whose laughter had once filled the air like music. I remembered the way his eyes sparkled when he spoke of grand adventures, and the way he told me tales of the woods, where shadows danced and the wind carried secrets. But it was not just his name that sent a chill coursing through me. It was the date etched beneath it, 1924. A knot twisted in my stomach as I recalled the day he had vanished, swallowed by the very woods he loved. The memory was hazy, fragmented, like a dream I couldn't quite grasp. We had searched for him, calling his name into the treetops, but he had never returned. The townsfolk had whispered of dark things lurking in the forest, of shadows that beckoned unsuspecting children into their depths. I knelt before the gravestone, the earth cool against my knees, and closed my eyes, willing the memories to surface. I could almost hear him then, his voice a soft echo in the recesses of my mind, the laughter tinged with an odd, haunting melody. I opened my eyes, the sun dipping lower, still casting long shadows that seemed to reach for me, and I felt a shiver of recognition, a longing that curled around my heart like a vine. As the light began to fade, I noticed a figure standing at the edge of the cemetery, just beyond the trees. The silhouette was indistinct, cloaked in twilight, but a sense of familiarity wrapped around me like an old, comforting blanket. I squinted, straining to see, but the figure remained just out of reach, a dream slipping through my fingers. My heart raced, a thrum in my chest, as I rose to my feet, compelled to draw closer. I stepped into the shadows, the crunch of leaves beneath my feet breaking the silence, and as I approached, the figure turned slightly. The face was obscured, but something in the stance felt achingly familiar. I took another step forward, my breath caught in my throat, and the world around me fell into an eerie stillness. The shadows deepened, wrapping around us like an embrace, and as I moved closer, the figure seemed to shift, flickering like a candle caught in a draft. And then I remembered. I stumbled back, the realization washing over me like a cold wave. The stories, the whispers, the tolling of the bell, they had been warnings. I had chased the specter of a childhood friend, unaware that I had crossed the threshold between the living and the lost. The air felt charged, heavy with an unspoken truth, and I turned to flee. My heart racing as I broke into a run, the trees closing in around me, their branches reaching out like skeletal hands. The path twisted before me, leading me back toward the town, but I could still feel the weight of his gaze, the pull of something I could not understand. I raced through the streets, the bell tower looming larger with each hurried step, its silence now deafening, a hollow echo of what was once a warning. I could almost hear it, the distant toll, a reminder of those who had gone before me, the ones who had chosen to stay behind. As I reached my car, I fumbled for the keys, my hands trembling. I could feel the weight of the town pressing against me, the silence thick and suffocating. I glanced back one last time, searching the shadows for the figure, but the dusk had swallowed all but the memory, a flicker of something I could not grasp. I drove away from Eldermere, the road stretching out before me, but the shadows followed, lingering just beyond the reach of my headlights. The bell tower stood tall against the darkening sky, its silence now a grave reminder of all that lay beneath the surface, a town holding its breath, waiting for the return of the tolling bell. The campfire's glow. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and pine as I made my way along the familiar trail. Each footfall stirred the fallen needles, a soft whisper beneath my boots. The woods were alive with the gentle rustle of leaves, the occasional call of a distant bird, and the steady pulse of my own heartbeat, a rhythmic reminder of my presence in the solitude. It was a place I had come to find solace, a refuge from the clamor of daily life. As dusk settled, the shadows lengthened, stretching across the path like fingers reaching out to beckon me deeper into the forest. I recalled the nights spent around the campfire with friends, laughter mingling with the crackling of flames, stories shared beneath a blanket of stars. We were invincible then, basking in the warmth of the firelight, the world outside our circle fading into a distant memory. But tonight, the silence felt different. A heaviness hung in the air, as if the woods themselves were holding their breath. I reached the clearing where the trail forked, the small campfire circle etched into the earth like an old scar. The stones were cold and damp, remnants of past gatherings now swallowed by time. I set down my pack, the fabric brushing against the rough bark of a nearby tree, and surveyed the area, searching for the familiar comfort of a flame. I fumbled with the matches, the tiny wooden sticks striking against the coarse surface, sending sparks dancing into the twilight. One by one, I coaxed the fire to life, the initial flicker transforming into a warm glow. The flames leaped eagerly, crackling as they consumed the dry kindling. I settled on a log, its surface rough against my skin, and watched as the fire illuminated the surrounding trees, casting flickering shadows that swayed like specters in the night. The flames danced and flickered, their warmth wrapping around me like an old friend. I closed my eyes for a moment, letting the sounds of the forest envelop me. The soft chirping of crickets created a gentle symphony, underlined by the occasional rustle of leaves. There was a stillness, a sense of waiting, as though the woods were poised on the brink of some unspoken revelation. I opened my eyes, drawn back to the fire, its light creating a halo around me. I reached for a nearby stick, poking at the embers, coaxing the flames higher. As the fire crackled, a memory washed over me, my childhood summers spent at a similar campfire, the laughter of friends weaving through the night. We had shared stories, some woven from truth, others spun from the threads of our imaginations. Yet there was one story that had always lingered in my mind, a tale of a man who wandered too far into the woods, never to return. The wind shifted, carrying with it a whisper that curled around my ear. I turned, half expecting to find someone nearby, but the clearing remained empty, just the shadows of trees standing sentinel. The feeling of being watched prickled at the back of my neck, an unsettling sensation that pulled at my thoughts. I shook my head, dismissing it as the product of my overactive imagination. As the fire continued to burn, I rummaged through my pack, pulling out a thermos filled with warm tea. The rich aroma enveloped me, a comforting contrast to the cool night air. I sipped slowly, letting the warmth seep into my bones. There was a strange comfort in the solitude, a sense of freedom that came from being alone in the woods. Yet the weight of the evening pressed heavily on my chest. I thought of the stories we had shared by the fire, the way our voices intertwined with the crackle of the flames. I remembered a particular night, one where we had sat in a circle, eyes wide with the thrill of the unknown. One friend had spoken of a trail that wound deeper into the forest, a path that few dared to tread. He had described it as a place of liberation, where the trees stood taller, the air felt different, as though it held secrets waiting to be discovered. But as the fire flickered, a thought curled through my mind like smoke. What if that trail led to something else entirely? The kind of freedom that came with loss, with the acceptance of the unknown. I glanced at the shadows stretching around me, the trees looming like ancient sentinels. I felt small, a flickering ember in the vastness of the night. The flames danced higher, casting long shadows that reached for the tree line. I could almost see figures forming in the darkness, distorted shapes that flickered in and out of existence. I blinked, willing my mind to clear the haze of imagination, yet the shapes remained, ethereal and unyielding. The whispers returned, soft and unintelligible, brushing against my consciousness like a gentle breeze. I wrapped my arms around my knees, feeling the rough texture of my jeans against my skin. The fire crackled, and the warmth pulsed around me, but it felt different now, as if the heat held a deeper resonance. I glanced around the clearing, searching for a sign, some indication that I was not alone. The trees seemed to shift, their trunks bending slightly, as if leaning in to listen. I caught a glimpse of movement out of the corner of my eye, a shadow darting between the trees, just beyond the reach of the firelight. My heart quickened, an instinctual response to the presence of something unseen. With a shiver, I reached for my thermos, the metal cool against my fingers. I took another sip, the warmth spreading through me, but it did little to dispel the growing unease. The whispers swirled around me, and I could almost make out words, though they eluded my grasp like smoke slipping through my fingers. In that moment, I remembered the stories, those tales of wanderers who had ventured too far into the woods, who had chased the allure of freedom only to find themselves lost in the dark. My heart raced as I thought of my friend's words, the warning hidden beneath the surface of his tale. Freedom was not always what it seemed. The fire crackled, and the shadows danced, shifting in a way that felt deliberate. I felt the weight of the night pressing in, the trees closing around me like a cage. I could no longer tell where the shadows ended and the darkness began. I stood, the logs scraping against the ground, a harsh sound that echoed in the stillness. With every step away from the fire, the night seemed to thicken, the shadows deepening. I glanced back, the flames still flickering, casting a warm glow that felt painfully distant. The whispers grew louder, a cacophony of voices that merged into an unintelligible chorus, tugging at the edges of my mind. The trail behind me twisted and turned, the familiar path now shrouded in an unsettling haze. I stumbled forward, my breath quickening, the forest closing in like a dream from which I could not awaken. I could feel the weight of unseen eyes, the shadows watching, waiting, as I moved deeper into the night. And as I walked, the warmth of the fire faded, replaced by an icy grip that wrapped around my heart. The whispers became a chant, a melody that urged me on, deeper into the woods, away from the safety of the campfire's glow. With every step, the freedom I once craved twisted into something darker, something that thrummed with a promise I could not understand. I was not alone anymore. Freedom. The office was empty when I arrived, its fluorescent lights flickering softly, casting a pale glow over the rows of desks. I took a deep breath, the scent of stale coffee and aged carpet filling my lungs. It was the same smell I'd known for years, a fragrance that lingered like a shadow from my childhood. I could almost see myself as a small child, peeking through the glass door of my father's office after school. A world of muted grays and blues, shimmering just beyond my reach. Today was different, though. Today the air felt heavier, as if the weight of the world pressed down on my shoulders. I tried to shake off the feeling as I walked deeper into the labyrinth of cubicles, each one a small prison of its own. The walls were lined with hastily pinned memos and forgotten photographs, faces frozen in smiles that seemed to mock the emptiness around me. I paused to touch one, an image of a summer picnic, a child's laughter suspended in time. It felt strange, almost wrong, to linger there. The ticking of a clock, somewhere in the distance, pulled me back. Time felt elastic, stretching and contracting in this place, and I could sense the hours slipping through my fingers like sand. I moved on, the muted hum of the air conditioning a constant companion, a reminder that I was not alone in this vast, sterile expanse. The floors were a dull beige, worn smooth by countless footsteps, yet they whispered secrets beneath my soles, a soft murmur of all who had tread there before. I turned a corner and stumbled upon a conference room. The long table was littered with empty coffee cups, their porcelain surfaces chipped and stained. I could almost hear the echo of laughter, the faint rustle of papers as meetings unfolded, long past. I settled into one of the chairs, its plastic cool against my skin. There was something oddly comforting about the isolation, a kind of freedom in being the sole occupant of this forgotten space. I let my fingers trace the edge of the table, the surface smooth yet flecked with tiny scratches, each one a memory etched into the wood. As I sat there, the air thickened with the weight of unspoken words. I thought of my father, the way he would lean over the table, his brow furrowed in concentration, lost in thoughts that seemed so distant from my youthful perspective. I could almost see him, a wisp of a memory, flickering like the lights overhead. It occurred to me how many people had likely passed through this very room, their voices lost to the ether, their dreams dissolved in the echoing silence. The clock continued its relentless ticking, a metronome keeping time in a place where time felt irrelevant. I glanced at my watch, disoriented by how much time had slipped away. I stood up, feeling the weight of my own uncertainty. The hallways stretched before me, long and uninviting, and I could sense a pull to wander deeper into the maze. A soft rustle caught my attention, an almost imperceptible sound that seemed to beckon me down one of the narrow corridors. I followed the noise, my footsteps muffled against the carpet, until I found myself in a small break room. A sink sat against the far wall, its faucet dripping steadily, the sound echoing in the silence. I approached it, and the light flickered more violently, casting strange shadows across the tiles. The cabinets hung overhead, their doors slightly ajar, as if something had been hastily shoved inside. I opened one, revealing a collection of mismatched mugs, the remnants of half-drunk tea and coffee left to languish. It was then that I noticed a piece of paper taped to the wall, a crumpled list of names, some familiar, others alien. I leaned in closer, squinting at the scrawl, and a chill crept down my spine. Each name was followed by a date, and the final entry was marked with a neat circle around the number, an odd sense of finality resting in the ink. I couldn't shake the feeling that these names were not just employees, but echoes of lives once vibrant, now reduced to a list, a haunting record of absence. I stepped back, my heart thudding in my chest. The air felt electric, charged with an energy that was both frightening and exhilarating. I turned to leave, but the hallway seemed to twist and stretch, the walls closing in as I walked. I could feel the pulse of the building, a slow thrum that resonated through the floor beneath my feet, urging me to continue. As I wandered deeper into the office, the familiar layout began to shift, the cubicles morphing into something less tangible. There were no windows, no signs of the outside world, just the endless repetition of walls and doors, each one leading to another place that felt achingly familiar, yet unsettlingly foreign. I stumbled into a small office, cluttered with papers and old binders, and the sight of it sent a shiver through me. The air was thick with dust, and the faint scent of decay clung to the corners. I reached for a binder, its spine cracked and brittle, and as I opened it, the pages fluttered like the wings of a trapped bird. The names inside were the same, each one etched into the fabric of this forgotten place, the dates marking their passing. My breath quickened. I was not just wandering through an office. I was wandering through memories, through lives that had been swallowed whole by the machinery of time. With each step, I felt more like a ghost, a fleeting presence in a realm where time had lost its meaning. The fluorescent lights flickered again, and for a moment, I thought I saw shadows move in the corners of my vision, shapes that seemed to breathe in the stillness. I turned to leave, but the door I had entered through was gone, replaced by an unyielding wall. Panic gripped me, and I pressed my palms against the cool surface, searching for any sign of escape. My heart raced as I turned, desperate for a way out, but the office had become an endless maze, each passage leading me back to where I had started, the familiarity transforming into something sinister. The walls began to close in, and I could hear the faint echo of laughter again, distant and taunting. It was a reminder of all I had left behind, a tether to a world that felt increasingly out of reach. I stumbled through the corridors, the ticking clock now a cacophony in my ears, time slipping away like grains of sand. The shadows grew darker, and I could feel them closing in, wrapping around me like a shroud. And then, in the far distance, I saw a glimmer of light, a door that seemed to beckon with the promise of freedom. I ran toward it, each step heavy with dread, as the shadows whispered behind me, their voices a cacophony of the lost. I burst through the door and into the light, but I found myself back in the empty office, alone once more. The fluorescent lights hummed softly, the air still thick with the scent of coffee and forgotten dreams. I looked around, heart pounding, and realized that the names on the wall were no longer just names. They were part of me now, echoes of a past I could not escape. In that quiet moment, I understood the truth. I had been searching for freedom, but what I had found was a deeper entanglement in the very fabric of this place. A haunting reminder that some doors lead not to escape, but to endless cycles of return. Whispers of the Archive. I first discovered the library on a rainy afternoon, the kind that soaked the world in a dull gray, blurring the edges of everything outside. I was drawn to its sprawling stone facade, a solemn relic nestled between the more modern buildings. The air was heavy with the scent of wet earth and old paper, a perfume that wrapped around me like a comforting shawl. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, I stepped into a dimly lit atrium where the quiet hummed softly, almost like the sound of breath. Dust motes danced lazily in the shafts of light filtering through stained glass windows, casting muted colors onto the polished wooden floor. It felt sacred, like entering a chapel, where the silence bore witness led to countless stories. I wandered through the labyrinth of shelves, each towering structure filled to the brim with leather-bound tomes and weathered paperbacks, their spines cracked and faded. The air was thick with the musty aroma of old books, a scent that clung to my clothes like a memory I couldn't quite grasp. My fingers grazed the spines, feeling the embossed titles beneath my touch, the textures a tactile map of forgotten worlds and half-remembered tales. I lost track of time as I meandered deeper into the library, past aisles that twisted and turned like the corridors of an ancient castle. The shelves seemed to whisper as I passed, a gentle rustle that felt oddly intimate, like secrets shared in hushed tones. I could almost hear the echoes of readers long gone, their voices lingering in the space like the faintest trace of perfume. At the far end of the library, I found a secluded reading nook, a small alcove with a single armchair that appeared to be waiting just for me. It was upholstered in a faded maroon fabric, its arms worn smooth by the touch of countless hands. I sank into the chair, the fabric cool against my skin, and pulled a book from the nearby shelf, its pages yellowed and brittle. As I began to read, the words leaped off the page, pulling me into a world of shadows and whispers. The story unfolded slowly, each sentence weaving a tapestry of longing and despair, the kind that settles deep in your chest. I became oblivious to the passage of time, the outside world fading away until it felt as if I were floating in a dream. But then, a subtle shift in the air caught my attention. The silence deepened, thickening like fog. I glanced up from my book, and a shiver traced its way down my spine. The library felt different, as if the walls had inched closer, the shelves leaning inconspiratorially. The light dimmed further, and the familiar silhouettes of the books transformed into shadows that seemed to twitch and sway. I felt a presence, something lurking just beyond the periphery of my vision. The flicker of movement drew my eye to the far corner of the alcove, where a figure stood partially obscured by the towering shelves. At first, it appeared to be a trick of the light, a play of shadows. But as I focused, it solidified. A woman, dressed in a long flowing gown that pooled around her feet like mist. She was striking in her stillness, her hair a cascade of dark waves framing a face that held a serene expression. There was something achingly familiar about her, though I couldn't place where I had seen her before. Her eyes, deep and knowing, seemed to penetrate the very fabric of my thoughts, as if she could see the questions swirling in my mind. In that moment, time felt suspended, as if the air around us had thickened into a palpable tension. I wanted to reach out, to ask her name, to unravel the mystery of her presence. Yet I remained frozen, caught in the weight of the unspoken. The library held its breath, the silence wrapping around us like a shroud. I could hear the faint rustle of pages turning, though I knew I was alone in my alcove. It was as if the very essence of the place had come alive, drawing energy from the stories woven into its walls. The woman took a step closer, and the light flickered, casting her in a soft glow. Her gown shimmered like a mirage, a tapestry of colors that shifted with each subtle movement. I felt an inexplicable longing rise within me, an urge to unearth the secrets she held, to understand the stories buried in the depths of her gaze. As she drew near, the air grew colder, a chill that seeped into my bones. I could almost hear her thoughts, unspoken words swirling like leaves in a breeze. A sensation of recognition washed over me, a thread of memory tugging at the edges of my consciousness. I thought back to my childhood, to a day spent wandering the woods behind my house. I had stumbled upon a hidden glade where the trees stood sentinel and the ground was carpeted with wildflowers. There, a girl had danced, her laughter like wind chimes in the summer air. Her hair had glimmered like sunlight on water, and her smile had felt like home. The figure before me seemed to echo that memory, the same laughter flickering like a candle flame just out of reach. I wanted to speak, to ask if she was the girl from my past, but the words caught in my throat. Instead, I simply watched, entranced, as she reached out a hand, fingers delicate and beckoning. Her touch, when it came, was light as a whisper, brushing against my wrist like a feather. In that instant, the world around us shifted. The library seemed to dissolve, the shelves fading into a soft blur, as if they were mere shadows of a dream. In that surreal moment, I felt a surge of freedom, the kind that comes from shedding burdens and letting go of fears. The weight of the world slipped away, and I was adrift in an ocean of possibility, untethered and weightless. It was intoxicating, a heady rush that filled my lungs with a sense of wonder. But just as quickly as it had come, the sensation began to fade, the dreamlike quality of our encounter slipping through my fingers like sand. I glanced back at the shelves, now mere outlines against the encroaching darkness, and felt a pang of loss. The woman's expression softened, and for a fleeting moment, I saw a flicker of sadness in her eyes, a glimmer of understanding. It was as if she knew the truth that I was only beginning to grasp, that this freedom came at a cost, a price paid in memories lost and paths left unexplored. As I pulled my hand away, the warmth of her touch lingered, a ghostly imprint on my skin. The library returned to focus, the air thick with the weight of countless stories yet untold. I could feel the presence of the books around me, their stories pulsing in the stillness, beckoning me to stay, to explore further. But a sudden urgency propelled me to my feet. I turned and walked away from the alcove, glancing back one last time. The woman stood there, a silhouette against the shadows, her gaze unwavering. I felt a pang of regret, a silent farewell as I stepped into the aisle. I exited the library, the door closing softly behind me, muffling the whispers that had lingered in the air. Outside, the rain had stopped, leaving the world washed clean, the streets glistening under the muted light of the evening. I took a deep breath, the fresh air filling my lungs, yet the weight of the library stayed with me. The experience had changed me in ways I couldn't yet articulate. As I walked, whispers of the airwaves, The old radio sat in the corner of my childhood bedroom, a relic from a time long past. Its surface was scratched and dull, the wooden frame splintering slightly at the edges. I remember watching the dust motes dance in the sunlight, swirling through the faint beams that crept in through the half-closed curtains. The air always felt heavy, thick with the scent of old paper and the faint metallic tang of the radio's worn-out components. As a child, I would sit cross-legged on the carpet, my fingers tracing the grooves of the dials, imagining the lives of those who once tuned into its static embrace. I had always been drawn to that machine, a bridge to something beyond my reach. My father had warned me about it, his voice laced with a seriousness that seemed too profound for my youthful ears. He spoke of frequencies that should not be listened to, waves that carried whispers from the beyond. But what did I know of the beyond? To me, it was a promise of adventure, a chance to connect with something mysterious. One evening, after the sun had surrendered to a veil of gray, I decided to turn the radio on. The familiar crackle filled the air, a static hum that felt like a heartbeat. I sat still, waiting for something more, a whisper or a song. The clock ticked, each second stretching as if it were a thread pulled taut. The room was dim, shadows creeping along the walls, like fingers searching for warmth. I could hear my breath mingling with the rhythmic noise, an echo of anticipation. Then it came. A series of beeps and tones, a language I could not comprehend. It felt urgent yet distant, as if it were calling out from a place I had never known. I pressed my ear closer to the speaker, straining to catch each note, each rise and fall of sound. It held a peculiar cadence, one that sent a ripple of unease through me. My heart quickened, but I remained still, captivated by the unfamiliarity. The air grew colder, and the room seemed to expand and contract like a living thing. Shadows flickered at the edges of my vision, a sense of presence wrapping around me, tightening like a noose. I could almost feel fingers brushing against my neck, a gentle caress that sent shivers down my spine. It was then that I remembered the stories my father had told, whispers of people who had listened too long and found themselves lost in the void. But the allure was irresistible, and I was ensnared. Days turned into weeks, each evening spent in the company of that radio, the world outside fading into a background hum. I lost track of time as the beeps transformed into an intricate symphony, a language I began to interpret. I became convinced the radio was speaking to me, its cryptic messages meant solely for my ears. I would close my eyes, letting the sounds wash over me like waves, feeling a connection blossom in the silence. One night, I awoke from a dream, the remnants of a soft voice lingering in my mind. The room was dark, the air thick with anticipation. I felt the radio call to me, an unspoken invitation to return. I crept from my bed, the wooden floorboards creaking beneath my weight, as I made my way to the corner. Radio sat there, a beacon of soft light, the dials glowing faintly in the dark. As I turned the knobs, I could feel something shift within me. The beeping intensified, each note resonating in my bones. I closed my eyes, surrendering to the moment, and in that stillness, I felt the whispers become clearer. They spoke of freedom, of breaking through the veil that separated the living from the dead. It was intoxicating, the idea of stepping beyond the mundane, of reaching out to touch the unknown. I could feel myself slipping, floating on the edges of consciousness. The walls of the room faded away, and I found myself in a vast expanse, a landscape painted with shades of gray and whispers. There were figures there, shadows draped in sorrow and longing, their faces blurred, but their eyes filled with an understanding that transcended words. They were beautiful, haunting, and they reached for me with arms outstretched. But just as quickly as the vision came, it slipped away. I was back in my room, the radio buzzing softly in the background, its message lost to the static. I felt a pang of disappointment, a sense of something unfinished lingering in the air. The shadows had not left me. They clung to the corners of my vision, waiting for the moment I would return to them. The next few nights unfolded in a blur, a repetitive cycle of tuning in and drifting out. I began to notice how the world outside faded further into obscurity. My parents' voices became muffled echoes, their concerned glances turning into worried whispers. I felt their presence like a distant melody, always just out of reach. The outside world no longer held any sway over me. My heart beat in time with the radio, a rhythm that anchored me in the ether of the unknown. One evening, the air was heavy with a palpable sense of longing. I approached the radio, my heart racing with anticipation. As I turned the dials, the familiar beeps morphed into a sequence I had never heard before. It was urgent, frantic, a call to awaken. I felt the room thrum with energy, the shadows dancing at the edges of my vision, beckoning me closer. And then, silence. An emptiness that filled the room like a heavy fog. The radio fell quiet, the dials dark. Panic surged through me, a knot tightening in my chest. I reached out, fingers trembling as I pressed them against the cold metal. The absence of sound felt like a loss, a void that echoed in the quiet. As I stood there, the shadows coalesced, shifting and swirling around me. They whispered, their voices a soft hum, filling the silence with something unspeakable. I felt their presence, a weight pressing down on me, and then a cold breath against my ear. They were reaching out, inviting me to join them in their realm. I hesitated, a flicker of doubt creeping in. I could feel the tendrils of fear wrapping around my heart, squeezing tighter. But beneath it all was an undeniable yearning, a desire to escape the mundane clutches of my reality. I took a deep breath, closing my eyes as I surrendered to the pull. In that moment, the radio crackled back to life, the beeps returning, more insistent than ever. The shadows surged forward, merging with the sound, a cacophony of longing and despair. I felt myself being drawn in, the walls of my room dissolving around me. And then, silence once more. The radio lay silent, the shadows dissipated, leaving only an empty room behind. The clock ticked on, each second a reminder of the void that lingered in the air. I stood there, heart pounding, the remnants of the experience fading like a dream upon waking. In the days that followed, the radio remained silent, an artifact of a world I could no longer touch. I found myself sitting in that corner, fingers tracing the familiar grooves of the dials, but the connection was gone. The shadows no longer danced at the edges of my vision, and the whispers had faded into dead air. I often wonder about the figures I saw, the longing in their eyes. Were they lost souls, reaching out for something they could never reclaim? Or were they remnants of a world that existed? The Lighthouse Keeper. As I stood on the crumbling rocks, the salty wind tousled my hair, mingling the scent of the sea with the briny decay of the shoreline. The lighthouse loomed above me, its whitewashed surface faded and flaking, standing sentinel against the relentless waves. Each crash against the cliffs sent a shudder through the ground, and I felt the pull of the tide, an ancient rhythm that echoed in my bones. The fog rolled in thick and heavy, curling around the lighthouse like a shroud, swallowing the world in muted tones. I had come to this place searching for solace, a refuge from the noise of my life. But it was the lighthouse that drew me back, time and again. There was something hauntingly beautiful about it, something both welcoming and repelling. I remembered my childhood summers spent along this coast, where my grandfather would tell tales of the keeper who had once lived there, a man who had guided lost ships home through the stormy nights. My grandfather's voice was a soft cadence against the backdrop of crashing waves, weaving stories of light and shadow, of sailors who had seen the beacon and found their way, and of those who had strayed too close to the rocks and vanished into the depths. The lighthouse had been abandoned for years, its light extinguished, but the air around it still hummed with an unsettling energy. I stepped closer, feeling the rough texture of the stones beneath my fingertips, cool and damp. The door hung slightly ajar, a creaking invitation to the secrets that lay within. I hesitated for a moment, glancing back at the coastline, where the horizon blurred into the fog. There was a whisper of unease curling in my gut, but curiosity pulled me forward. Inside, the air was stale, thick with the scent of mildew and the remnants of salt. Dust motes danced in the narrow beams of light that filtered through the cracked windows, illuminating the remnants of a life once lived. The spiral staircase wound upward, its iron railing cold to the touch. I began to climb, each step echoing in the silence, a reminder of the solitude that had enveloped this place. At the top, the lantern room stood empty, save for the rusted remnants of the great lens that had once cast its beam far across the sea. I approached the glass panes, worn and streaked with grime, and gazed out at the horizon, where the fog twisted and turned, an endless expanse of gray. The ocean heaved beneath the shroud, its surface restless, as if it were alive, breathing and watching. I leaned against the cool glass, and a shiver ran down my spine. As I looked out, I thought I saw something move just beyond the veil of fog. A dark shape, a silhouette that slipped away as quickly as it had appeared. The feeling of being watched settled heavily on my shoulders. The tales of my grandfather echoed in my mind, mingling with a sense of unease. I brushed it aside, convincing myself it was merely a trick of the light, a figment of my imagination. Yet, the longer I lingered, the more I felt the weight of the past pressing against me. I closed my eyes, letting the sound of the waves seep into my bones, hoping to find comfort in the rhythm of the sea. I could almost hear my grandfather's voice again, calling to me, speaking of the keeper's duty, of the light that guided the lost home. But there was something in his stories I had never understood, something dark that lingered just out of reach. When I opened my eyes, the fog had thickened, swirling around the lighthouse like tendrils of smoke. It obscured the view, transforming the familiar coastline into a shadowy landscape. The air felt heavier, charged with an electric tension, and I sensed movement behind me. I turned slowly, my heart quickening as I scanned the room. The shadows seemed to shift and dance, coiling around the remnants of the lighthouse as if they were alive. I stepped back, caught between the urge to flee and an inexplicable pull toward the darkness. It was then that I noticed a small, weathered table in the corner, cluttered with old papers and a dusty lantern. A chill ran through me as I approached, feeling the weight of history in the air. The papers were yellowed and brittle, ink faded but still legible. As I thumbed through them, I caught snippets of the keeper's life, his duties, his hopes, and his growing despair as the fog grew thicker and the light dimmer. One page caught my eye. A hastily scrawled note that spoke of the storms that had come to claim the coast, the ships that had gone missing, and the whispers of those who had crossed over. The last line chilled me, a warning, written in shaky script. They call to me, their voices sweet, but their eyes are hollow. I felt a sudden rush of cold air sweep through the room, extinguishing the small lantern that flickered weakly in the corner. The darkness enveloped me, and I stumbled back, my pulse racing. The room shifted, the shadows deepening, and I could hear the faintest of whispers weaving through the air, echoing the words of my grandfather. It was then that I realized I was not alone. I turned, and there stood a figure at the threshold, backlit by the fog. The outline was indistinct, but I could feel the weight of its gaze, pressing down on me like the ocean's depth. There was a familiarity to the shape, a sense of recognition that sent a shiver coursing through my veins. The figure remained silent, but its presence was loud, an echo of memories, a fragment of childhood summers spent along this very coast. The air grew thick with anticipation, and I felt the ground shift beneath me, a subtle reminder of the tide that was drawing near. I reached out, desperate to touch the figure, to understand what it was that held me captive. The moment my fingers grazed the air, it dissipated, swirling away like fog before the rising sun. I gasped, the loss of that connection leaving a hollow ache in my chest. With trembling hands, I fumbled my way back to the staircase, my heart pounding in my ears. I descended, each step a reminder of the weight of the past, of the stories left untold. The whispers faded as I reached the ground floor, the lighthouse standing silent once more, its secrets buried in the shadows. Outside, the fog had begun to lift, revealing the coastline bathed in a muted, dreamlike light. The waves continued their relentless dance, but the air felt different now, charged with a strange sense of freedom and loss. I stood there for a moment, breathless, as the sun broke through the haze, illuminating the lighthouse one last time. I turned away, the weight of the past still lingering, a reminder of the stories that cling to the edges of memory, the voices of those who had come before, forever entwined with the light that guides the way. The forgotten path. I often think back to that summer when the world felt vast and unyielding, a time when my family would journey into the mountains. My father would drive us up those winding switchbacks, each turn revealing an ever more breathtaking view. The valleys sprawling like patchwork quilts beneath a rich tapestry of blue sky. The scent of pine and earth would seep through the open windows, mingling with the worn air of late afternoons. It was a sanctuary, a place where the chaos of the world could not reach us. One particular day, we stopped at a lookout where the horizon stretched endlessly, the sun dipping low and casting shadows that danced along the jagged peaks. I remember the way the air shifted with the impending twilight, a whisper of coolness that brushed against my skin. My father stood at the edge, arms crossed, surveying the landscape as if he could claim it as his own. I wandered a few steps away, my fingers brushing against the rough bark of an ancient tree, the surface mottled and cracked like the skin of a long-forgotten beast. That's when I noticed a narrow path, barely visible, snaking down the mountainside. It was overgrown, choked with grass and wildflowers that swayed lazily in the breeze. A curious tug pulled at me, a quiet insistence that urged me to follow. I glanced back at my parents, their silhouettes framed against the dying light, the world around them fading into dusk. A sense of freedom washed over me, buoyed by the promise of adventure. The path was steep, its incline demanding focus, and I felt the crunch of gravel beneath my shoes, the sharpness of stray twigs scratching at my ankles. As I descended, the sounds of my family faded, replaced by the muted rustle of leaves and the distant call of a bird settling in for the night. Each step carried me deeper into the embrace of the trees, their trunks standing tall and silent, like sentinels guarding some ancient secret. I became aware of the chill settling in, a coolness that seeped through my shirt and made me shiver. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, rich and loamy, as if the very ground beneath me was alive. I paused, leaning against a tree to catch my breath, the bark rough against my back. Shadows loomed longer, stretching like fingers across the ground, and I felt an unsettling awareness that I was not alone. It was then that I saw her. A girl, perhaps a year or two older than me, stood a few paces ahead, partially obscured by a cluster of ferns. Her hair hung long and wild, tangled like the roots of the trees. She wore a simple white dress that seemed to glow against the encroaching darkness, the fabric fluttering gently in the breeze, as if it were trying to escape. I blinked, and for a moment, the world around us faded, leaving only the two of us in that dimming light. I took a step closer, curiosity igniting within me. The girl looked back, her eyes deep pools of shadow and light, reflecting something I could not comprehend. There was a knowingness in her gaze, a stillness that belied the chaos swirling in my mind. I felt drawn to her, as if she were a compass guiding me through a fog I didn't know existed. Where did you come from? I wondered, though the question never escaped my lips. Instead, I extended my hand, the gesture feeling both foolish and inevitable. She seemed to hesitate, her expression shifting as if she were weighing something heavy in her heart. And then she turned, gliding deeper into the trees, the whispers of the leaves swallowed by the silence of the evening. I hesitated for only a moment before following, entranced by the possibility of discovery. The path twisted like a serpent, each bend leading me further from the safety of the lookout. The sounds of my family replaced by the soft crunch of leaves and the whisper of the wind. With every step, the air thickened, a palpable weight pressing against me. But I pressed on, drawn by an unseen thread that pulled tighter with each moment. The trees grew denser, the light waning until I was enveloped in twilight. My heart quickened, an echo of fear dancing at the edges of my mind. I could no longer hear the sounds of the world above, the laughter of my parents, now a distant memory. At last, we reached a clearing, and the girl stood before me, framed by the towering trees. The ground was covered in a soft carpet of moss, lush and inviting. Moonlight filtered through the branches, casting dappled shadows that played across her face. She turned to me, and in that moment, I saw a flicker of something haunting in her expression, a blend of longing and sorrow that sent a shiver down my spine. "Do you want to be free?" she asked, though no words passed between us. I felt it in the air, a question that hung heavy with implications, a choice that echoed in the silence. I glanced back the way I had come, the path winding away into darkness, my family's voices now mere whispers in the back of my mind. I took a step forward, drawn to her like a moth to a flame. The promise of freedom shimmered in the air, a sweet, intoxicating scent that beckoned me closer. Yet, as I drew near, the shadows deepened, wrapping around us like a shroud, and a sense of foreboding began to coil in my gut. Her smile was radiant, yet it held a darkness I could not fathom. It was in her eyes, a depth that seemed to stretch beyond the confines of the clearing, reaching into realms unknown. I hesitated, my heart racing against the stillness, caught between the allure of the unknown and the safety of home. Suddenly, a rustle broke the silence, a faint sound echoing through the trees. The girl turned abruptly, her expression shifting into something more solemn, and for a fleeting moment, I saw a flicker of sadness in her eyes. She stepped back, as if the shadows were pulling her away, and I felt an inexplicable pull, an urgency to reach out and grasp her hand. But before I could move, she was gone, swallowed by the darkened woods, leaving me standing alone in the clearing, the air thick with unspoken words. The moonlight dimmed, and the chill of the night seeped into my bones. I stood there, frozen, the weight of the choice pressing down upon me. I turned back towards the path, the way I had come, now obscured by the creeping shadows. Each step felt heavy, as if the earth was resisting my return. The whispers of the night surrounded me, wrapping around my heart with a sense of loss, a yearning for something I could not define. The mountains loomed tall above, a silent witness to my retreat, and the weight of the world pressed upon my shoulders. As I stumbled back, the path felt foreign underfoot, each turn a reminder of what I had left behind. The silence was deafening, the night a vast expanse of uncertainty. I could almost hear my parents calling, their voices an echo in the recesses of my mind, guiding me back to safety. But the mountains held their secrets, and as I climbed the final switchback, the girl lingered in my thoughts, a specter of what could have been. I emerged from the trees into the fading light of the lookout, my heart pounding in my chest. My family stood silhouetted against the horizon, and as I approached, I felt the weight of the choice heavy upon me, a lingering question that would never truly be answered. Water's edge. I was never afraid of the water when I was a child. It glimmered like glass under the sun, reflecting the clouds and the trees that lined the banks. I spent many summers at the old quarry, a place my friends and I had claimed as our own. It was an abandoned site, left to the elements, where nature had begun to reclaim the stone and earth. We would ride our bicycles along the dusty paths, laughter ringing out as we raced each other to the edge, where the water lay waiting, cool and inviting. Years later, I returned to that place, drawn by memories that stirred like the breeze across the surface of the water. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and wildflowers, and I could hear the soft rustle of leaves in the trees. As I stood at the water's edge, I felt the familiar pull of nostalgia, but there was something different now. The quarry seemed deeper, darker, as though shadows lurked beneath the surface, waiting patiently for the unwary. The water shimmered enticingly, though it was devoid of the vibrant life I remembered. There were no frogs leaping from the banks, no dragonflies skimming across the surface. Just stillness, a quiet so profound it hummed in my ears. I crouched down, tracing my fingers along the cracked stone where the earth met the water, the surface smooth and cool to the touch. I remembered the thrill of diving in, the rush of the cold enveloping me, but now an unshakable sense of foreboding settled in the pit of my stomach. I decided to explore the area further, wandering along the edge of the water. The trees bent low, their branches arching overhead like fingers reaching toward the sky. I could hear the faintest trickle of water somewhere in the distance, a sound that felt both soothing and unsettling. As I walked, I stumbled upon remnants of the quarry's past, rusted machinery half buried in the earth, and crumbling stone walls that once held the weight of men and labor. Everything was draped in the quiet of neglect, yet there was an unmistakable weight to the air, as if the place itself was holding its breath. I recalled the stories we shared as children, tales of the men who had worked here, of lives lost in the depths of the quarry. Sometimes we would dare each other to jump into the water, to brave the depths and see what lay beneath. We laughed at the thought, but as I stood there now, the laughter felt hollow. The water seemed to pulse beneath the surface, and I could almost hear it whispering, secrets meant only for those who dared to listen. As the sun began to dip low in the sky, casting long shadows across the ground, I noticed something flickering in the corner of my eye. Turning, I found a small, worn path that wound through the underbrush, leading away from the quarry. Curiosity tugged at me, an irresistible urge to follow. The path was narrow, overgrown with weeds and wildflowers that brushed against my skin as I moved deeper into the trees. The air grew cooler, the light dimmer, and an unsettling silence enveloped me, thick and heavy. After what felt like an eternity, the path opened into a clearing. In the center stood an old wooden dam, its structure weathered and worn. The wood was gray and splintered, yet it held its form, a testament to its years of standing against the pull of the water. I approached cautiously, the ground beneath my feet squelching with moisture. The dam loomed before me, a silent guardian of the reservoir behind it. I peered over the edge, my heart quickening as I gazed down into the dark, still water. There was something about the depths that felt alive, as if it was watching me in return. I leaned closer, the coolness of the air sending a shiver down my spine. The water rippled gently, distorting the reflections of the trees and the fading sky. It called to me, coaxing me to come closer, to dip my fingers into its depths. I felt an inexplicable connection, a bond formed not just by memory, but by something deeper, something that pulled at the very core of my being. It was then that I heard it, a soft sound like a sigh carried on the wind. The trees rustled, and I turned, half expecting to see someone standing there, but the clearing remained empty. The silence returned, heavy and suffocating. I shook my head, convincing myself it was only my imagination. Yet, the feeling lingered, settling like a weight in my chest. I took a step back from the edge, my instincts urging caution. As I turned to retrace my steps, I caught a glimpse of movement out of the corner of my eye. A figure stood at the water's edge, shrouded in shadow. I blinked, and the figure was gone, leaving only the stillness of the clearing. My heart raced, and I quickened my pace, anxiety thrumming through my veins. The path felt longer now, the way back to the quarry stretching endlessly before me. With every step, I felt the weight of unseen eyes upon me, the shadows deepening as the sun dipped below the horizon. When I finally reached the water's edge again, the quarry seemed transformed. The light had shifted, casting everything in a muted palette of blues and grays. I could hear the faintest lapping of water against the stones, a sound that felt almost like a whisper. I crouched down once more, this time feeling a chill in the air, a whisper of something not quite right. I glanced at the water. Its surface now rippled with the soft caress of a breeze. But as I watched, the ripples began to form shapes, shadows twisting and curling beneath the surface. My breath caught in my throat as I leaned closer, my heart hammering in my chest. I felt a tug at my mind, a memory surfacing, unbidden. I saw flashes of faces, laughter, and shadows that danced just beyond my reach. The quarry echoed with the laughter of children, but the tones were different now, tinged with a sweetness that turned bitter in my mouth. It was then I remembered the stories we had shared, the warnings whispered in the dark, tales of the quarry's depths and the spirits that lingered. I had dismissed them then, but now they resonated with a bone-deep truth. I was not alone. The shadows that danced beneath the water were not mere tricks of light. They were memories, remnants of those who had come before, drawn to the water's edge, lost in its depths. As the sun sank lower, casting the world into twilight, I felt the pull of the water deepen. I could almost hear them calling, beckoning me closer. I stood frozen, caught between the warmth of the fading light and the cold embrace of the quarry's depths. The shadows swirled and shifted, weaving tales of freedom and loss, of those who had ventured too far and never returned. In that moment, I understood. The water was not merely a reservoir, it was a grave, a keeper of secrets whispered among the stones. I turned away, the weight of their gaze heavy upon my back. With each step, I felt the urge to look back, to catch a final glimpse of the shimmering surface, but I resisted. The darkness was waiting, and I had no intention of stepping into its depths. As I walked away, I could feel the quarry's breath on my skin, a whisper of freedom that echoed in the stillness. I knew then that the pull would always remain a thread woven. The Forgotten House. I first stumbled upon the house during one of those languid summer afternoons that stretched like shadows across the ground. I had been wandering through the woods, the sun filtering through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. It was the kind of day where time seemed to dissolve, and I felt a curious pull, as if the trees were whispering secrets meant only for me. The path was narrow, overgrown with grass and brambles, leading me deeper into the heart of the woods. After a while, I came upon a clearing, and there it stood, an old house, swallowed by the encroaching wild. The paint was peeling, a faded blue that had once been cheerful, but now seemed weary and tired. The shutters hung askew, their hinges rusted and creaking gently in the breeze. It loomed before me, both inviting and foreboding, its presence heavy in the stillness. With each step toward the house, I felt an odd mixture of excitement and trepidation. The grass crunched underfoot, and I noted the way the earth shifted slightly, as if it were reluctant to release the weight of the building. I paused at the threshold, the door slightly ajar, its surface marred by years of neglect. The air was thick with the scent of damp wood and the distant echo of something forgotten. I pushed the door open, and it groaned in protest, revealing a dim interior. Thus danced in the shafts of light that filtered through grimy windows, illuminating motes that floated like lost memories. The floorboards creaked beneath me, their sound a soft protest to my presence. I stepped inside, drawn by an invisible thread, as if the house were beckoning me further into its depths. The air was heavy, thick with the weight of abandonment. I noticed the walls, lined with faded wallpaper, once vibrant, but now peeling and lifeless. Patterns of flowers intertwined with vines, their beauty now reduced to shadows. I ran my fingers along the surface, feeling the rough texture beneath the layers of dust, as if the house were clutching at its past. I wandered through the narrow rooms, each one a pocket of stillness, holding its breath. A musty smell clung to the corners, the scent of decay mingled with something sweet and pungent, like forgotten memories. I found an old armchair in one room, its fabric worn and threadbare, yet it seemed to invite me to sit. I hesitated, then settled into its embrace, the cushions sagging around me as if cradling a long-lost friend. In that moment, time stretched, and I felt a sense of peace wash over me, as if I had been here before. I closed my eyes, allowing the silence to envelop me, and I thought I heard a whisper, soft and distant, like the rustle of leaves. The air shifted, and I opened my eyes, half expecting to see someone standing there. But I was alone, surrounded by the ghosts of the past. I found a staircase leading to the second floor, its steps worn smooth by the passage of countless feet. I ascended slowly, the wood creaking beneath my weight, the sound echoing in the stillness. At the top, a hallway stretched before me, doorways opening into darkness. I felt a pull toward the last door at the end, as if it held the answers to questions I didn't know I had. The door was slightly ajar, and I pushed it open, revealing a small room filled with shafts of light. Sunlight spilled across the floor, illuminating dust motes that swirled lazily. In the center stood a child's wooden rocking chair, its paint chipped and faded, moving ever so slightly, as if someone had just stepped away. I approached cautiously, my heart quickening. The chair creaked softly, and I remembered the stories my grandmother used to tell me about the spirits of children who lingered, waiting for someone to play with them. I knelt beside it, tracing my fingers along the grain of the wood. An inexplicable warmth radiated from it, a quiet invitation to stay. In that moment, memories washed over me, fragments of laughter and sunlight, the feel of grass beneath my bare feet. I recalled afternoons spent in the company of friends, the thrill of hide and seek, and the lightness of being young and free. I could almost hear the echoes of those days, whispering through the walls of the house, mingling with the dust. But then a chill crept through me, unsettling the warmth. I glanced around the room, my gaze drawn to a small, weathered book lying open on the floor. I picked it up, the pages yellowed and fragile, filled with drawings of children playing in the woods, their faces bright with joy. Yet beneath the joy, I felt an undercurrent of something darker, a subtle weight that tugged at my heart. As I turned the pages, the drawing shifted, depicting the children growing older, their smiles fading, replaced by expressions I couldn't quite decipher. I felt a flutter of unease, the air thickening around me. The last page was blank, save for a single line scrawled in fading ink. A name, barely legible. Suddenly, I was aware of the silence pressing in on me. It felt heavier now, charged with an unseen presence. I set the book down, my pulse quickening as I turned toward the door. I needed to leave, to escape the stillness that had settled like a shroud over the room. As I descended the stairs, I glanced back, half expecting to see a figure watching me from the shadows. But the house remained still, its secrets held close. I stepped outside, the air fresh against my skin, the sun warm on my face. Yet as I turned to leave, I felt a tug, a soft whisper that beckoned me to return. Days turned into weeks, yet the house lingered in my mind, a haunting melody that played softly in the background of my thoughts. I found myself wandering back to the woods, drawn by an inexplicable need to return. Each visit deepened the connection, the pull growing stronger, and I could feel the house wrapping its arms around me, inviting me to stay just a little longer. I began to notice details I had missed before, the way the sunlight danced through the leaves, casting intricate shadows on the ground. The sound of the wind rustling through the trees, a soft lullaby. Each moment spent within those walls became a part of me, the house whispering its secrets in the quiet spaces between thoughts. One afternoon, I returned to the rocking chair, sitting in its embrace, letting the stillness wash over me. I felt a warmth beside me, a presence that seemed to fill the air with laughter. I closed my eyes, surrendering to the sensation, allowing the past and present to intertwine. But then a flicker of doubt crept in. I opened my eyes and looked around. The room felt different, the shadows deeper, as if the very walls were closing in. The laughter faded, replaced by a haunting silence. I stood up, heart racing, and moved toward the door, but something held me back, a pull I couldn't resist. I glanced back at the rocking chair, now still, the warmth replaced by an icy chill. The air felt thick with anticipation, and I realized with a jolt that I was no longer alone. I turned to leave, but the door swung shut, sealing me inside the darkness. The house wrapped itself around me, a cocoon of memories and whispers. I felt the weight of countless eyes watching, waiting, and I understood then that I was part of its freedom. The clinic stood on the edge of town, a solitary structure that seemed to absorb the sunlight into its peeling white paint. The sign, once bright, now faded to a dull gray, creaked softly in the wind. I had come to visit my grandfather after hearing he had taken a fall. He was recovering, they assured me, but I felt an unease settle in my stomach as I approached the entrance. Inside, the air was stale, filled with a faint odor of antiseptic, mingled with something like dust. The waiting area was sparse, with plastic chairs arranged in a tight circle, their surfaces cool and uninviting. I could see a few other patients, all of them quiet, their eyes hollow as they stared at the floor or the ceiling, as if trying to escape the weight of the room. A flickering fluorescent light buzzed softly overhead, casting a pale glow that made everything seem just slightly unreal. I signed in at the front desk, the receptionist's face a mask of disinterest. She barely glanced at me as she handed over a clipboard. The paper felt slick and cool against my fingertips, a faint crackling sound as I filled in the blanks. I could hear the distant murmur of voices from behind the closed doors. It was rhythmic, almost hypnotic, like a lullaby meant to soothe the restless. When I was finally called, I followed the nurse down a narrow corridor. The walls were lined with photographs, sepia-toned images of the town from decades past. People stood in front of the clinic, smiling, their faces frozen in time. I wondered how many of them had been treated here, how many had walked these halls with ailments that now felt mundane. I could almost hear their laughter echoing off the walls, a ghostly resonance that sent a shiver down my spine. As we walked, the nurse kept her eyes forward, her footsteps soft against the linoleum. The light flickered again, and I glanced around, catching glimpses of rooms filled with shadows and quiet movements. A figure shifted just out of sight, and for a moment, I thought I saw a child, pale and small, pressed against the glass of a window. But when I blinked, the image faded, leaving only the dull hum of the clinic in its wake. We reached my grandfather's room, and the nurse gestured for me to enter. He lay in the bed, a frail figure swathed in white sheets, his skin a stark contrast against the crisp fabric. His eyes, once bright and lively, seemed to sink into his skull, leaving dark circles that spoke of sleepless nights. I approached slowly, the quiet beeping of the machines around him filling the silence. The quiet beeping of the machines around him filling the silence. His gaze flickered to mine, and for a moment, the room brightened, as if a light had ignited behind those tired eyes. He spoke of the fall, how he had tripped over the cat in the yard, his voice a whisper that barely traveled across the space between us. I sat in the chair beside him, my hand resting gently on his, feeling the warmth of life pulse beneath my fingers. As he spoke, I found myself lost in memories of childhood visits. I remembered summer afternoons spent fishing by the lake, his laughter mingling with the rustle of the trees, I recalled the stories he told, tales woven with adventure and mystery that danced in the air like fireflies at dusk. Each word he spoke now pulled me deeper into a reverie, blurring the line between the present and the past. But there was something off, a subtle shift in the atmosphere that set my nerves on edge. The shadows in the corners of the room felt thicker, and the beeping of the machines became almost melodic, lulling me into a drowsy stupor. I fought to stay focused, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that I was not alone. At the foot of the bed, I noticed a small window, slightly ajar. The faint rustling of leaves outside was soothing, yet it felt intrusive, as if the outside world were trying to seep into this sterile space. I glanced at the window, and for a fleeting moment, I thought I saw a figure standing beneath the trees, a silhouette against the soft glow of the sun. It vanished almost as soon as I noticed it, leaving only the whispering breeze behind. Hours passed, and the sun began its descent, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the room. My grandfather's voice grew softer, the tales he spun slipping into murmurs. I leaned in closer, straining to catch every word. He spoke of freedom, of feeling unburdened and light, as if he were floating above the confines of his body. The way he described it made my heart quicken, a longing ignited within me. Yet as he spoke, I noticed a change in the atmosphere. The room felt heavier, the shadows darker. I glanced at the machines. The steady beeping had slowed, each pulse seeming to echo with an unsettling finality. I wanted to reach for the call button, to summon the nurse, but I felt anchored to the spot, entranced by his words. He described a place, a vast expanse of green that rolled on forever, dotted with wildflowers that danced in the wind. It sounded enchanting, but there was an undertone of something darker, a hint of a deeper truth hidden beneath the surface. I watched his eyes as he spoke, the way they seemed to glaze over as if he were no longer tethered to the world around him. I felt a chill creep up my spine, the weight of the room pressing down on me. Suddenly, a gentle breeze stirred through the room, and I turned to the window, half expecting to see the figure again. But there was nothing, just the trees swaying outside, their branches twisting like skeletal hands. I turned back to my grandfather, but his gaze was fixed somewhere beyond me, his expression serene and distant. I leaned in closer, desperate to ground myself in this moment. His voice grew softer still, each word trailing off into silence. I felt a strange sensation, as if the room had expanded and contracted around me, the walls pulsating like the rhythm of his fading heartbeat. I sensed the air thickening, the shadows in the corners deepening. As he continued to speak, I realized that he was no longer describing the world I knew. He was painting a picture of something otherworldly, a place where pain and suffering cease to exist. The shadows seemed to reach for him, enveloping him in their embrace, and I felt a pang of fear. I wanted to cry out, to anchor him back to this reality, but my voice caught in my throat. Instead, I sat frozen, watching as the lines of his face softened, his breathing becoming shallower. almost imperceptible. The machines began to beep irregularly, a frantic warning that sent my heart racing. Then, just like that, he exhaled, a final breath that seemed to carry with it a weight of unspoken truths. The room fell into an eerie stillness, the beeping of the machines morphing into an agonizing wail. I stared at him, willing him to return, but he had already drifted away, leaving only a husk behind. The shadows thickened, wrapping around me like a heavy shroud. I stood, my legs trembling as I stumbled backward, feeling the chill of the walls closing in. I turned and fled from the room, my heart pounding, the weight of the clinic pressing against me as I raced down the corridor. Outside, the world felt foreign, the sunlight blinding as I stumbled into the open air. I gasped for breath, the freedom of the outside world mocking. The well. I had never known how deep a well could feel until I stood at the edge of that one, the stones worn smooth by countless seasons. It sat within the tangled embrace of a forgotten garden, where the wildflowers swayed gently in the cool breeze, and the scent of damp earth lingered like a memory. The air around me held a peculiar stillness, as if time had folded in on itself, leaving me suspended in a moment too fragile to grasp. The garden had belonged to my grandmother, a place she often spoke of in hushed tones, her eyes drifting away as if to some distant horizon. I was drawn to it, to the stories that whispered through the leaves and curled like smoke around my thoughts. My visits had grown more frequent after her passing, a pilgrimage of sorts, to walk the paths she once tread. But now, standing before the well, I sensed an unfamiliar weight in the air, a heaviness that settled on my shoulders. I knelt at the edge, peering into the inky darkness below. The stones, slick with moss, held a chill that seeped into my fingertips as I traced their surfaces. I imagined the water, resting far beneath, far from the sun, cocooned in darkness, perhaps holding secrets of its own. I leaned closer, straining to hear the soft lapping of water against the stones. But all that met my ears was the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a bird, somewhere far away. As I continued to study the well, memories flickered in my mind, snippets of childhood afternoons spent at my grandmother's side, her voice weaving tales of magic and mystery. I recalled the way she would close her eyes, her fingers dancing in the air as she painted pictures of far-off lands and hidden treasures. One story, in particular, tugged at the corners of my thoughts, a tale of a river that flowed beneath the earth, winding through caverns filled with shimmering stones and whispers of lost souls. I shook my head, dispelling the remnants of her stories as I stood. The garden felt larger now, as if the shadows had deepened and stretched, swallowing the sunlight in their embrace. I stepped back from the well, only to find my footing falter on the uneven ground, and I stumbled, catching myself on the edge. My heart quickened, and the air thickened with a strange pulse, as though the earth itself were breathing around me. I took a step away, feeling the prickling sensation of being watched, though the garden stood empty, save for the swaying flowers. I turned, my eyes darting from shadow to shadow, half expecting to see my grandmother's familiar figure among the blooms. It was a childish hope, one that fluttered in my chest like a trapped bird. Instead, there was only silence, a heavy blanket that muffled the world beyond. The well's presence lingered, a dark eye surveying my movements. I could not shake the feeling that it was waiting for something, perhaps for me to lean in once more, to invite whatever lingered below into the light of day. I felt the pull of the darkness, an inexplicable urge to listen, to call out into the depths and see what might answer back. In the days that followed, I returned to the garden, each time drawn back to that well. It became a ritual, an odd sort of devotion. I would kneel and gaze into the abyss, imagining the water rising, the stone walls echoing with the sound of unseen currents. The garden became a tapestry of memories and dreams, woven tightly with the threads of my grandmother's stories and the silence that wrapped around the well. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low, casting long shadows that reached out like fingers, I noticed a change. The flowers seemed to lean toward the well, their petals trembling as if in anticipation. I leaned closer, drawn by an instinct I could not name. The air was thick with the scent of dampness and decay, but also something sweet and heavy, like overripe fruit. I listened, straining against the silence, and in that stillness, I heard it, a soft trickle, a whisper that seemed to echo from the depths. The sound curled around my thoughts, wrapping me in a shroud of quiet longing. I imagined the water, cool and dark, rising to meet me, beckoning me to come closer, to descend into the secrets it held. The next day, I returned again, this time with a small stone I had found on my way, a smooth, round pebble, pale against the dark earth. I dropped it into the well, watching as it plummeted, the sound fading into silence. I felt an odd satisfaction, as if I had offered a piece of myself to the darkness below, a connection forged in the quiet depths. As the weeks slipped by, the garden transformed. Wildflowers bloomed in vibrant colors, their scent growing sweeter, the air filled with a low hum of life. I came to understand the rhythm of the garden, its quiet heartbeat that pulsed in sync with the well. Each visit felt like stepping into a dream, a place where time lost its meaning, and the line between reality and memory blurred. Then, one evening, I knelt at the well, the sky above painted in shades of orange and violet. As I leaned in, my breath catching in my throat, I saw a flicker of movement below. I squinted, heart racing, straining to catch a glimpse of whatever stirred in the shadows. But it was fleeting, a mere whisper in the dark, and I was left with the echo of a sensation, a brush of fingers against my own, cool and delicate. That night, I dreamt of the well. In my dream, I stood at its edge, and the water surged up, filling the void with a soft glow. Faces swirled within its depths, eyes shining like stars, each one a story waiting to be told. I reached out, longing to touch the surface. to break the boundary that separated us. But just as my fingers brushed against the cool water, I awoke, the dream dissipating like mist. In the days that followed, the urge to return grew stronger, a pull I could not resist. I found myself wandering the garden, my heart thrumming with an anticipation that bordered on dread. I was no longer just a visitor. I felt entwined with the earth, the well, and the whispers that lingered in the air. On the final evening of my visits, the twilight wrapped around me like a shroud. The garden felt alive, the flowers rustling as if sharing secrets. I approached the well, heart pounding, and knelt once more at its edge. The water shimmered faintly, reflecting the last light of day, and I leaned in, drawn closer by an unseen force. This time, the darkness stirred. I heard laughter, a soft sound like water flowing over stones, and the faces I had glimpsed before emerged, eyes wide and searching. I felt their longing, their stories pressing against the surface, begging for release. I closed my eyes, surrendering to the moment, and as I did, I felt a warmth wrap around my hand, the sensation of fingers entwined with my own. I opened my eyes to find the well pulsing with light, a beckoning glow that enveloped me. The world around me faded, the garden dissolving into the night, and I felt myself sinking, slipping beneath the surface of time and memory, into the cool embrace of the water below. In that moment, I understood the freedom I sought had always been there, waiting in the depths of the well, a whisper calling me home. The Watchers. The field stretched out like a vast golden sea, rippling softly under the warm embrace of the late afternoon sun. I had returned to my childhood home, drawn back by a sense of nostalgia that coiled around my heart, beckoning me to the familiar sense of earth and corn. A breeze whispered through the stalks, rustling their broad green leaves, and the air carried the sweet, heavy aroma of overripe corn. Each step I took on the weathered path felt as if I were treading upon a dream, the sensation of familiarity mixed with an unsettling undercurrent. It was a solitary place, my childhood home, nestled on the edge of a sprawling cornfield. The house itself had aged, peeling paint flaking off the wooden siding like remnants of memory. My parents had moved on, and the house was left to the land, the creaking floorboards and whispering walls, a testament to a life once lived. I often wandered outside, drawn to the cornfield that loomed like a sentinel on the horizon. The sun dipped lower, casting elongated shadows across the field. As I wandered deeper into the corn, the stalks grew taller, their leaves brushing against one another, a soft rustling sound that echoed around me. I brushed my fingers along the coarse, fibrous stalks, feeling the rough texture beneath my touch, grounding me in the present, while memories flickered at the edges of my mind. I could almost hear my mother's laughter, a sweet sound drifting through the air as we played hide and seek among the rows. The wind shifted, carrying with it a chill that settled upon my skin. I paused, looking back toward the house, its silhouette darkening against the twilight. The cornfield enveloped me, the towering stalks now looming ominously, their whispering leaves turning into a low murmur that sent shivers down my spine. I took a deep breath, but the air tasted different, as if laced with something faintly bitter. As I walked further in, I spotted the first scarecrow standing sentinel at the edge of the field. It was crafted from weathered wood and ragged cloth, its straw limbs swaying gently, as if greeting me like an old friend. Its hollow eyes, black buttons stitched into the fabric, seemed to follow my every movement. I felt an inexplicable urge to step closer, to inspect the frayed edges of its burlap face and the way the wind tugged at its tattered clothing. In that moment, a memory flickered to life, a hazy recollection of my childhood self, standing beside this very scarecrow, wide-eyed and curious. I could almost hear the echo of my younger voice, full of wonder, asking questions that felt so important then. But the answers had slipped away, lost in the passage of time. With each step deeper into the field, more scarecrows appeared, each one unique, yet all bound by an unsettling similarity. They stood in various poses, as if caught mid-action, their arms outstretched or bent awkwardly at the elbows. Some had hats made of faded fabric that drooped in the wind, while others wore old jackets that flapped against the evening air. The soft murmur of the corn around me grew louder, as if the field itself were alive, sharing secrets I couldn't quite grasp. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow that faded into a twilight hush. Shadows stretched long and deep, and I felt the coolness of the earth creeping into my bones. The air thickened, each breath a labor as the weight of the gathering darkness pressed upon me. The scarecrows began to feel less like guardians of the field and more like watchers, their button eyes glimmering with a disquieting awareness. An unsettling thought brushed against my mind, a fleeting notion that I was not alone. I could sense movement at the periphery of my vision, the feeling of being observed, not by the inanimate figures, but by something alive, hidden among the stalks. I turned slowly, scanning the rows of corn, but all I could see were the silhouettes of the scarecrows, their forms now shrouded in shadow. As I continued, I recalled my last visit to the field, a long-forgotten summer day when I had wandered in search of adventure. I remembered the thrill of discovery, the sweetness of childhood innocence as I played among the rows, unaware of the weight the land carried. That day, I had stumbled upon a small clearing where the earth was bare, the soil dark and rich. A moment of magic had enveloped me then, the air shimmering with possibility. Now the memory felt tainted, tinged with the darkness that seemed to seep from the very ground beneath my feet. I turned back toward the house, my heart quickening as the shadows deepened. The scarecrows, once benign figures, now felt like a barrier between me and the outside world, their watchful eyes piercing through the darkness. It was as if they had been waiting for me, as if they had a purpose that extended beyond mere protection of the crops. The wind picked up, swirling around me and carrying with it a sense of urgency. I quickened my pace, the rustle of leaves growing louder, a cacophony that drowned out my thoughts. The scarecrows seemed to lean closer, their forms twisting in the breeze, their presence becoming a suffocating weight. I wanted to run, to escape the growing sense of dread, but my legs felt heavy, as if the ground itself were pulling me back. As I approached the edge of the field, I glanced back one last time. The scarecrows stood tall, their heads cocked slightly, as if they were sharing a silent conversation. The wind howled, and I could almost hear the soft echoes of laughter, a distant memory that twisted in the air like a haunting melody. I turned, breaking free from the suffocating grip of the field, my heart racing as I reached the safety of the house. Inside, the familiar scent of aged wood and dust enveloped me, a stark contrast to the unsettling aura that lingered outside. I leaned against the door, trying to steady my breath, the warmth of the house a comfort against the chill that clung to my skin. I could still feel the eyes of the scarecrows upon me, their presence an unseen weight in the room. Days passed, and the sun rose and fell, but the feeling of unease remained. I found myself drawn to the window, watching the cornfield, the scarecrow standing sentinel, unmoving and silent. I wondered if they sensed a change in me, the way the weight of my childhood had shifted, tainted by the knowledge that something lurked just beyond the edge of the field. One evening, as dusk fell, I ventured out again, compelled by an inexplicable urge. The air crackled with anticipation, the cornfield alive with whispers. Each step I took felt heavier, as if the earth was urging me to stay. The scarecrows loomed larger, their forms stretching into the twilight, and I could almost feel the weight of their gaze upon my skin. I reached the clearing where my childhood self had once played, the soil still dark and rich beneath my fingertips. The wind swirled around me, carrying with it a sense of inevitability. The scarecrows seemed to lean in closer, their presence encroaching upon my thoughts. I felt a strange pull, a desire to understand what lay beneath the surface, to peel back the layers of the field that held secrets long forgotten. But as I stood there, the shadows deepening, the air thick with unspoken words, I realized that some things are better left undisturbed. I took. Silent frequencies. I remember the first time I heard the whispering hum of the radio. I was young, perhaps 8 or 9, sitting cross-legged on the living room floor, surrounded by the soft glow of a late afternoon sun filtering through the sheer curtains. The air was heavy with the scent of freshly cut grass, and the world outside buzzed with the sounds of children playing. It was a normal day, but the radio, an old wooden box with a cracked dial, seemed to hum with a peculiar energy. My father had a habit of tuning into different stations, fingers deftly dancing over the knobs as he searched for the right sound. The voices that emanated from it were often muffled, crackling, fading in and out like whispers of ghosts long forgotten. I was entranced, my small hands tracing the cool edges of the radio, feeling the vibrations pulse through the air. Then, suddenly, there was a silence, a stillness that felt too thick to breathe through. It wrapped around me like a thick fog, heavy and oppressive. And then, the whispers returned. They were not the familiar voices of music or talk shows, but a series of numbers, delivered in a monotonous tone, one after another, as if being recited from some distant realm. I glanced at my father, expecting him to change the station, to bring back the lively chatter or the soothing melodies. But he remained transfixed, his eyes glazed, as though he were listening to something beyond the frequency of the ordinary world. In that moment, I felt a strange kinship with the radio, as if it were a bridge connecting me to something vast and unknowable. I listened intently, leaning closer, my heart thudding softly in my chest. The numbers had a rhythm, a cadence that echoed in my mind long after the radio had fallen silent. I did not understand what I was hearing, yet it felt important, urgent, like a forgotten memory trying to resurface. Years slipped away like the static that crackled through the airwaves, and that old radio found its way to the attic, tucked away beneath boxes of yellowed newspapers and dust-covered toys. Life continued, and yet the memory of those haunting numbers lingered, an echoing whisper in the recesses of my mind. Recently, I returned to my childhood home, drawn back by the pull of nostalgia and the promise of familiarity. The attic was as I remembered, dimly lit, filled with shadows that danced along the walls as the sun dipped low in the sky. I climbed the creaky wooden steps, the familiar scent of aged wood and forgotten dreams enveloping me. I wanted to find that old radio, to hear those numbers again, to understand what they meant. As I rummaged through the clutter, my fingers brushed against a smooth, cool surface. It was the radio, its once gleaming wood now dull and splintered. I hesitated, a chill creeping up my spine as I recalled that strange afternoon from my childhood. Yet, curiosity propelled me forward. I set it down on a small, dust-coated table and plugged it in. The hum of electricity coursed through it, and I felt a shiver of anticipation wash over me. The dial crackled to life, and I began to turn it slowly, searching for that familiar frequency. Static hissed and popped, each sound a reminder of the ghosts hidden within the airwaves. I felt as if I were peeling back layers of time, each turn revealing fragments of a past I had nearly forgotten. And then, there it was, a sudden clarity amid the chaos. The numbers surged forth, a steady stream of rhythmic tones that filled the room. My heart raced. I leaned closer, the air thickening around me, as if the very walls were listening. The numbers twisted and spiraled, forming a haunting melody of voices speaking in unison, yet distinctly separate, as if they were reaching out from the ether. Suddenly, I felt a presence, a weight in the air beside me. The hairs on my arms stood on end. The numbers continued, but I could feel something else, an uninvited awareness, a sensation of being watched. I turned, half expecting to see a figure standing behind me, but the attic remained still, cloaked in shadows. The radio sputtered, and for a moment, the numbers faded into silence. I was enveloped in a thick blanket of dead air, the kind that settles in your chest and grips you tightly. I strained to hear something, anything, over the suffocating quiet, but the world outside had dulled. The children's laughter was a distant memory, muffled by an unseen force that filled the space with an eerie stillness. And then, as if responding to my thoughts, the radio crackled back to life. But this time, it was different. The numbers were gone, replaced by a soft whispering that curled around the edges of my mind. I could not discern the words, but they felt intimate, as if they were secrets shared only with me. I closed my eyes, allowing the sounds to wash over me. There was a warmth in the air, a feeling of comfort, yet it was laced with a strange unease. I could almost make out faces, fleeting impressions that flickered in my mind's eye, and then just as quickly faded away, leaving behind only the echo of their presence. Time felt suspended, stretched thin as I floated in the depths of that peculiar soundscape. I opened my eyes again, and the room had transformed. The shadows seemed deeper, more pronounced, and the air felt charged with an unearthly energy. The radio began to hum again, a low, rhythmic thrum that vibrated through my bones. I felt an inexplicable urge to listen more closely, to understand the language of the dead air. As I focused, the whispers began to form shapes, threads weaving into a tapestry of memories not my own. I could feel the history of this place pressing against me, the weight of forgotten lives whispering from the corners of the attic. A shiver ran down my spine as I realized I was not alone. The air was thick with spirits lingering in the silence, their stories entwined with mine. The whispers grew louder, more insistent. The numbers returned, rhythmic and urgent, as if calling me back to a time I had never lived. They spiraled into a crescendo, merging with the voices that had wrapped around me like a shroud. I felt myself slipping away from the present, drawn into the depths of their longing, their sorrow. But then, with a sudden jolt, clarity pierced the veil. I stumbled back, the radio crackling with energy, and I understood. Each number, each whisper, was a fragment of a life lost, a message delivered through the static of time. The dead air wasn't empty. It was filled with echoes of freedom, a yearning to be remembered. I turned the radio off, the silence wrapping around me like a shroud. The weight in the air lifted, leaving behind a quiet stillness. I stepped away from the table, heart racing, the remnants of their stories lingering in my mind. The attic felt different now, a sanctuary of memories, where the past and present intertwined. Each whisper, a reminder of lives that had once been. As I descended the creaky stairs, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced along the walls. The world outside seemed distant, muted by the echoes of what I had just experienced. I took one last glance at the attic, at the radio now silent, and I felt a shiver of recognition. The air felt lighter, but the echoes remained, a haunting reminder of the connections that linger in the silence, waiting to be heard. Attic whispers. The house stood resolutely at the end of our street, draped in shadows and memories. Its faded blue paint clung stubbornly to the wooden siding, as if resisting the inevitable decay of time. I had often thought of it as a creature, one that breathed in the whispers of the wind, exhaling them through its cracked windows. In childhood, I had visited my grandmother there, where the air was thick with the scent of dust and the faintest trace of lavender, a perfume my grandmother wore, a lingering comfort in the enveloping gloom. The attic was a place of enchantment and dread, a realm where the laws of the waking world felt suspended. As a child, I often found myself drawn to the narrow staircase that spiraled up into the darkness, each step creaking underfoot like a voice of its own. I would clutch the banister, the wood rough and cool against my palm, and feel the anticipation coil in my stomach, a mixture of fear and exhilaration. My grandmother had a way of making the attic seem magical. She would tell me stories of the treasures hidden among the forgotten relics, an old trunk filled with letters, a mirror that once belonged to my great-aunt, and a dusty globe that spun tales of faraway lands. But there was something else up there, something that brushed against the edges of my consciousness, like a whisper just out of reach. On that particular afternoon, the sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden glow through the attic's solitary window. I climbed the stairs, the wood groaning beneath me, and pushed open the heavy door. The air was thick and musty, carrying the weight of years, as if I were stepping into a time capsule of my grandmother's life. I wandered through the labyrinth of boxes and furniture draped in faded sheets, each step stirring the dust motes that danced in the golden light. The floorboards creaked softly, a gentle symphony of sound that filled the stillness. I moved slowly, taking in the textures, the rough fabric of an old coat, the smoothness of a porcelain doll's face, the cool metal of a forgotten locket. Each object seemed to hold a memory, a whisper of the past waiting to be unveiled. I came across a small trunk, its wood worn and edges frayed. My fingers traced the delicate carvings, and I imagined my grandmother, years before, kneeling beside it, her hands lovingly creating those intricate designs. I knelt down, the floor cold against my knees, and lifted the lid with a soft creak. Inside lay a jumble of letters tied with a faded ribbon, their paper yellowed with age. I recognized my grandmother's delicate handwriting on the top envelope, and as I unfolded it, the scent of lavender washed over me, thick and cloying, almost as if she were near. The letters spoke of love and loss, a yearning that echoed through the years. As I read, I felt a shiver dance up my spine, a sensation of being watched. It was a fleeting feeling, easily brushed aside, but it lingered at the edge of my mind. I glanced around the attic, the shadows stretching and shifting with the light. The air felt thicker now, almost electric, as if the attic itself were alive, holding its breath, waiting. I returned to the trunk, rifling through the letters, each one a fragment of a life I barely knew. Then, beneath the letters, I discovered a small tarnished key. It gleamed dully in the fading light, and a sense of purpose surged within me. I held it carefully, as if it were a fragile creature, and looked around for what it might unlock. In the far corner, partially obscured by an old armoire, I noticed a small door set low in the wall. I had never seen it before. The key felt heavy in my palm as I approached, and the air around me thickened, filled with a sense of expectation. I inserted the key into the lock, feeling the cool metal against the warm wood, and turned it slowly. The mechanism clicked, and the door creaked open, revealing a narrow, dark space beyond. I peered inside, heart racing, and found a steep ladder leading down into the depths. The air was cooler, a stark contrast to the warm attic, and I hesitated, a flicker of doubt racing through me. But curiosity, that insatiable urge to uncover hidden truths, propelled me forward. I descended the ladder, each rung whispering secrets as I moved. The small room was dim, lit only by a single flickering bulb hanging from the ceiling. Dust hung in the air, swirling in the pale light like the remnants of forgotten dreams. The walls were lined with shelves, but they held nothing of interest, just empty jars and cobwebs that whispered of neglect. However, in the center of the room stood an old rocking chair, its wood darkened by age, creaking gently as if someone had just vacated it. I approached the chair, drawn by an unseen force. The fabric of the seat was worn, the threads frayed, and I ran my fingers over its surface, tracing the patterns that had once been vibrant. There was a sense of intimacy here, as if the chair cradled stories of its own, secrets woven into the very fibers. As I stood there, the air shifted again, a breath of something cool and almost familiar brushing against my skin. I felt a presence, soft and elusive, like the echo of a long-forgotten melody. It wrapped around me, filling the space with a warmth that felt oddly comforting, yet unsettling. My heart raced, and I turned slowly, half expecting to find someone behind me, someone from another time. But the room remained empty, save for the rocking chair and the shadows that seemed to breathe around me. I felt drawn to it, compelled to sit. As I settled into the chair, it embraced me with an almost maternal warmth. I closed my eyes, allowing the stillness to envelop me. The creaking of the chair became a lullaby, a haunting melody that wove through the silence. In that moment, I drifted, caught between sleep and waking, when memories began to unfurl like pages in a forgotten book. I saw my grandmother, her face illuminated by the soft glow of the attic window, as she told me stories of love and loss, of adventures and dreams. I felt her presence surrounding me, a comforting weight against my shoulders. But then, as the memory deepened, I felt something else, a flicker of sorrow that wrapped around my heart, heavier than I remembered. Suddenly, I was jolted back to the present, the chair still rocking gently beneath me. The air grew colder, and the shadows danced with a frenetic energy. I realized the attic was no longer just a place of memories, but a threshold, a boundary between what was and what could be. I stood abruptly, the chair groaning in protest, and rushed back to the ladder, the weight of unseen eyes pressing upon me. As I climbed, the shadows thickened, clinging to me like a shroud. The attic door loomed ahead, a portal to the familiar world above, and I pushed it open with a sense of urgency. The sunlight flooded in, banishing the darkness, yet I could still feel the echoes of what lay beneath. I stepped into the attic, heart pounding, and closed the door behind me. The dust danced in the light, but the atmosphere had shifted, a tension woven into the fabric of the air. I turned back to the trunk, the letter still waiting, and I knew then that the past was never truly gone. It lingered in the corners. The long road home. It was one of those endless nights when the sky stretched dark and deep, the stars mere pinpricks of light in a vast, empty canvas. I found myself on a long, winding highway that threaded through an expanse of pines, their silhouettes jagged against the moonlit sky. The air outside was cool, with a whisper of pine needles and damp earth, while inside the car, the hum of the engine melded with the soft crackle of the radio, playing tunes that flickered in and out like the shadows outside. I was alone, the solitude wrapping around me like a familiar shroud, and I welcomed it. The miles slipped by with an almost hypnotic rhythm, the white lines of the road blurring together in a dance of fleeting moments. The headlights sliced through the darkness, revealing fleeting glimpses of the world beyond the glass, twisted branches reaching out like skeletal fingers, a forgotten barn leaning precariously against the weight of time. A signpost that creaked in the wind, its words long erased. I was returning from a trip that had lingered longer than I intended. Memories of laughter and warmth still clung to my thoughts, but they were slowly replaced by an odd sense of detachment. I felt like a specter hovering between two worlds, and the road ahead seemed to stretch on infinitely, as if it was leading me away from the past and toward an uncertain future. As I drove, I became aware of an odd sensation, a slight tickle at the back of my mind. The road, with its endless twists and turns, began to feel less like a journey and more like a maze. Each mile marker flashed by, but they felt less like points of progress and more like markers of some unseen boundary. The woods pressed close, shadows pooling at the edges of my vision, teasing at the corners of my mind. I turned the radio dial, searching for something to anchor me. Static crackled through the speakers, and I caught snippets of a hushed voice, words slipping away like grains of sand. The music returned, a haunting melody that wove itself through the fabric of the night, drawing me deeper into an eerie reverie. With each note, I felt the air grow heavier, the weight of silence pressing down around me. A glance at the rearview mirror revealed nothing but the road behind, an endless black, Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. The sensation was subtle, a mere whisper of awareness, as if the shadows were unfurling themselves behind me, stretching toward the glow of my taillights. I tried to dismiss the thought, focusing instead on the rhythmic thrum of the tires against the asphalt. It was just the remnants of a long journey playing tricks on my mind. The trees began to thicken, closing in as if they were leaning closer to witness my passing. I could almost hear their whispers, a rustle of leaves, like hushed conversations just beyond my reach. I recalled a time from my childhood, riding in the backseat of my parents' car, the smell of old leather, and the promise of adventure. I had pressed my nose against the window, mesmerized by the passing woods, their shapes shifting and swirling in the dim light. I had pointed out the shadows, eager to know if they were alive, if they watched us as we drove by. But that was long ago, a memory drenched in innocence. Now, those same shadows felt different. They were no longer playful, but rather ominous, their presence a quiet weight against my chest. I could feel a pulse, a rhythm in the air that mirrored my own heartbeat, a strange connection that sent shivers down my spine. The road began to twist more violently, and I felt the car sway slightly. My palms grew clammy against the steering wheel as I tightened my grip, muscles tensing. A thick fog rolled in, swirling at the edges of my vision, blurring the lines between reality and something darker. I slowed, the headlights cutting through the mist like a knife, revealing fleeting glimpses of the trees, now distorted and looming. The fog enveloped me, filling the car with a damp chill that seeped through the windows. It was as if the forest had exhaled, and I was caught in its breath. My heart raced as I pressed on, straining to see through the veil. Shapes danced at the periphery, figures that seemed to flicker in and out, like the radio's static, and I felt an urge to look closer, to lean into the unknown. Then, amidst the fog, I saw it, a figure, standing just off the side of the road. A tall silhouette, indistinct but somehow familiar. The contours of a person, perhaps, dressed in a coat that fluttered in the breeze. I slowed, the car nearly coming to a stop, curiosity pulling me in. I rolled down the window, the cold air rushing in, carrying the scent of earth and something metallic, something ancient. But as I peered into the haze, the figure melted away, swallowed by the fog as quickly as it had appeared. A shiver ran down my spine, a blend of disappointment and relief. Perhaps it had been a trick of the light, a figment of my weary mind. I pressed on, the road winding beneath the tires, the fog thickening, wrapping around me like a shroud. In the distance, I saw a flicker of light, an old diner, its neon sign sputtering, fighting against the fog. I pulled in, the gravel crunching under the tires, the sound oddly comforting in the silence. I stepped out, the chill biting at my skin, and made my way to the entrance, drawn by the warmth spilling from the windows. Inside, the diner was a relic of another time. Faded photographs lining the walls, booths worn smooth by countless patrons. The air was heavy with the scent of coffee and something sweet, but it felt hollow, as if the essence of life had long ago seeped away. I found a seat at the counter, the cool vinyl sticking to my skin, and watched the flickering fluorescent lights above. The waitress, a shadow of a woman, moved with a slow grace, pouring coffee into chipped mugs. She glanced at me, her eyes holding an unsettling depth, and I felt a strange familiarity, as if I had known her once, in a dream or in the past. She nodded slightly, a gesture that felt more like a farewell than a greeting, and I couldn't shake the sense that she was waiting for something. Something that lay just beyond my reach. I sipped the coffee, its warmth spreading through me, but it felt wrong, bitter and metallic. The walls around me seemed to close in, the air thickening, and I was suddenly aware of the whispers again, soft and insistent, curling around me like smoke. I turned to look out the window, the fog still swirling outside, but now it felt alive, writhing and reaching. The Forgotten Stacks. In the small town where I grew up, the library stood as a silent sentinel, its faded brick walls enveloped by twisting vines that crept toward the windows like fingers grasping for something just out of reach. The town was not large, but it was old, steeped in stories that whispered beneath the worn floors and shadowed corners. Every Saturday, I would walk those familiar streets, my footsteps echoing against the cobblestones, drawn to the library's embrace. The door creaked open, revealing the scent of aged paper and the soft rustle of pages turning. The sunlight filtered through the tall windows, illuminating dust motes that danced lazily in the air. I loved how the library felt like a refuge from the outside world, a place where time seemed to slow, allowing me to lose myself in forgotten tales. I would wander the aisles, running my fingers along the spines of books, feeling the textures of their covers, each one a portal to another life. There was a section in the back, a narrow hallway lined with shelves that reached toward the ceiling. This area was seldom visited, the dim light barely penetrating the gloom. The air was thick with the scent of mildew, a reminder of the stories that had long since settled into the dust. I remember the first time I ventured into those forgotten stacks. The stillness enveloped me, wrapping around my shoulders like a heavy cloak. It felt as if I had stepped into a different world, one where the past lingered just out of sight. One rainy afternoon, I found myself wandering there again. The storm outside rumbled softly, a distant growl that echoed through the library's quiet. I brushed my fingers against the spines, feeling the bumps and grooves beneath my touch, each book a silent companion. As I moved deeper into the stacks, I noticed a tome that seemed to shimmer faintly, as if beckoning me closer. The title was obscured, worn away by time, yet something about it felt familiar, like a half-remembered dream. I pulled the book from its resting place, and as I did, a whisper of cold air rushed past me. The sensation sent a shiver down my spine, but curiosity outweighed my trepidation. I opened the cover, and the pages crinkled softly, revealing a delicate script. The words flowed across the paper, weaving tales of lives lived long ago, memories intertwined with sorrow and longing. Hours slipped by unnoticed as I read, my surroundings fading into a gentle blur. The world outside became a distant memory, the rain drumming against the roof above my head. I lost track of time, consumed by the stories that unfolded before me. Each sentence pulled me deeper into a web of emotions, as if I were standing on the precipice of someone else's life, hovering just out of reach. And then, a soft rustle broke the silence. I glanced up, startled, but the aisle remained empty, the shadows gathering like soft clouds around me. It was an odd sensation, that moment, like being watched from the corner of my eye. Yet when I turned, there was nothing. I shook my head, dismissing the feeling as a trick of the imagination, a remnant of too many hours spent in isolation. After a while, I returned to the book, but the words had shifted, the ink swirling into shapes that seemed to breathe. I felt the air grow heavier, thickening with an unseen presence. A chill settled in my bones, not from the cold, but from the awareness that I was no longer alone. I stood, the book clutched tightly to my chest, and began to back away, my heart racing. The shadows shifted again, stretching and curling along the walls, twisting into forms that danced just beyond my vision. I could feel them, the weight of their gazes pressing down on me. The whispers returned, a soft susurration that filled the air, wrapping around me like a fog. I turned to leave, but the path seemed to elongate, the shelves rising taller, closing in around me. Panic rose in my throat as I fumbled for the way out. But just then, a flicker of movement caught my eye. A figure emerged from the darkness just beyond the shelves, cloaked in shadow. It stood motionless, the outlines barely discernible, but the air hummed with an unsettling energy. I wanted to scream, to run, but my feet felt rooted to the ground, as if the very floor had decided to hold me captive. The figure remained still, and for a moment, I could almost hear its breath, a soft, rhythmic sound that echoed the heartbeat thrumming in my ears. There was a familiarity to it, an echo of a memory long buried. I strained to see, to discern the features of the being before me, but all I could make out were the deep shadows that clung like a shroud. Then, as if sensing my fear, the figure stepped closer, and the room shifted, warping around us. I felt the walls bend and sway, the books rattling gently on their shelves. The air thickened, and I could taste something sweet and sour on my tongue. It was disorienting, this sensation of being unmoored from reality. In a sudden rush, a wave of clarity washed over me. I remembered a conversation from my childhood, one held with a figure who had spoken of the library, of the stories that lived within its walls. The words had slipped through my mind like water through fingers, but now they crystallized, sharp and clear. I had spoken to someone then, someone whose voice felt achingly familiar, but who had long since passed from this world. The figure before me shifted again, and I felt a pull, a longing to understand, to connect with the essence that lingered in the air. There was a desperation in its presence, a yearning to share the stories that had been locked away for so long. I could almost hear them, the voices of those who had come before, the whispers of lives intertwined with the pages of the books. With a gentle sigh, the figure receded into the shadows, leaving me standing alone in the dimness. The air lightened, and the oppressive weight lifted, but the echoes of the past clung to me like a second skin. I turned and hurried back toward the entrance, my heart still racing, the forgotten stacks retreating into the gloom behind me. As I stepped into the light of the main room, the ordinary world rushed back, vibrant and alive. The sunlight poured through the windows, illuminating the dust motes that still danced. But I could feel the library shifting behind me, a living entity that held countless secrets within its depths. I glanced back one last time, and for just a heartbeat, I thought I saw the figure again, standing in the shadows, watching. The library had wrapped its arms around me, holding tight to its stories, waiting patiently for the next soul to wander into the forgotten stacks. I stepped outside, the chill of the afternoon air, a stark contrast to the warmth of the library's embrace. But I knew then that I would return. The pull was too strong, a calling I could not ignore. The stories were not just ink on paper. They were alive, waiting for someone to remember. Whispers of the Hollow. The woods were alive with a gentle rustling, the evening light filtering through the trees, casting a dappled pattern on the forest floor. I often found solace there, away from the clamor of the world. It was a refuge, a sanctuary where I could breathe deeply and leave behind the burdens of my daily life. This particular day, however, held a lingering heaviness in the air, as if the very atmosphere was charged with a hushed anticipation. As I wandered deeper, the path grew narrower, the trees more densely packed, their twisted branches forming a darkened canopy overhead. The ground beneath my feet was a tapestry of decaying leaves and soft moss, damp and yielding. I paused to listen, the soft crunch of my footsteps muffled in the thick underbrush. There was a stillness, an unsettling silence that hung in the air, broken only by the occasional rustle of a creature in the distance. I had come to know these woods well, each bend in the path, each clearing that opened up to the sky. But today, the familiar felt different. A sense of being watched washed over me, a quiet dread that settled in my bones. I brushed the thought aside and continued, compelled by an unseen force. As I meandered, I recalled a childhood story, one shared by my grandfather during lazy afternoons spent on the porch. He spoke of a creature that roamed these very woods, a being with eyes like glowing coals and a presence that commanded respect. Let's roll the code over. I had listened, wide-eyed and rapt, yet I had never given much credence to such tales. They were but echoes of imagination, fragments of his own childhood fears. Yet, as I walked, I felt the weight of those stories pressing down on me. Shadows danced between the trees, flickering at the edges of my vision. My heart quickened, a dull thrum in my chest, as I turned to catch a glimpse of whatever might be lurking just beyond my sight. But there was nothing, only the whisper of the wind weaving through the branches, the scent of damp earth and decaying wood filling my lungs. Further along, I stumbled into a clearing, bathed in soft twilight. The air here felt different, thicker, charged with a curious energy that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its gnarled roots sprawling like arthritic fingers across the ground. I approached it, drawn by an inexplicable urge. The bark was rough beneath my fingertips, and I could feel the thrum of life coursing through the tree, a heartbeat echoing from deep within. As I stood there, mesmerized, a strange sound drifted through the air, a low, melodic hum that seemed to resonate from the very earth itself. I closed my eyes, allowing the sound to wash over me, grounding me in that moment. Yet beneath the beauty of the hum, I sensed an undercurrent, a whisper of something darker, a warning that crept along my spine. I opened my eyes, suddenly aware of how quiet the woods had grown. The soft rustling had ceased, and the air felt heavy with expectation. I took a step back, instinctively scanning the tree line for movement, for any sign of life. But all was still, save for the fading echoes of the hum, which seemed to draw nearer, urging me to listen, to understand. In that moment of uncertainty, memories flooded my mind, flashes of a time long past. I recalled a childhood friend, a girl with wild hair and laughter that rang like chimes in the breeze. We would play hide and seek in these very woods, her voice calling me from the shadows. One day, she had vanished, the search parties unable to find even a trace of her. I had mourned her absence, yet in my heart I had held on to a glimmer of hope that she would return, that we would roam the woods together once more. As I stood there, the clearing transformed before me. The shadows deepened, shapes coalescing at the edges of my vision. I blinked, trying to dispel the lingering haze that clouded my thoughts. The oak before me loomed larger, its branches stretching outward, intertwining with the darkening sky. And then, in the very depths of the tree, I saw them, eyes glowing softly, watching me with an intensity that made my pulse race. A chill swept through me, and I stumbled back, my heart thundering in my chest. I turned to flee, but the ground felt unsteady beneath me, each step weighed down by an unseen force. The whispers began again, low and insistent, wrapping around me like a shroud. They spoke of freedom, of the wildness that lay just beyond the veil of understanding, a promise that beckoned me closer, even as dread clawed at my insides. With every breath, I felt the pull of the woods, the ancient call of the earth beneath my feet. My memories blended with the present, and I could almost see her, my friend, standing just beyond the trees, her wild hair dancing in the breeze. She was a whisper of the past, a fleeting shadow that slipped through my fingers. I reached out, desperate to grasp her hand, to feel the warmth of her presence once more. But the whispers grew louder, drowning out my thoughts, twisting my yearning into something darker, something primal. I felt the ground shift beneath me, the roots of the oak writhing like serpents, reaching for me, pulling me toward the heart of the woods. I could almost hear the laughter again, but it was different now, tinged with something sinister, something that hinted at the price of freedom. I turned and ran, the path twisting and turning before me, the trees closing in like sentinels, guarding secrets too heavy to bear. The whispers faded into a cacophony of sound, a symphony of the unseen that echoed in my ears. I could feel their eyes upon me, a multitude of watchers hidden within the shadows, their presence palpable as I broke through the tree line and into the open air. Gasping for breath, I stumbled into the field that bordered the woods, the sky above now a deep indigo, punctuated by the first stars of night. I stopped, the weight of the woods lingering in my chest. The air was cool against my skin, yet the warmth of the sun's retreat still clung to the earth. I turned back, my heart racing, the woods now a dark silhouette against the night sky. Though I had escaped, I felt the echo of the whispers, the longing for something I could not name. They promised freedom, but I knew that to embrace it would be to leave behind everything I held dear. I stood there, the cool breeze swirling around me, and in the distance, I thought I heard laughter, a haunting, familiar sound that echoed through the trees, mingling with the whispers of the hollow. The glass room. The house had always felt a little off, its walls humming with a peculiar kind of silence that seemed to swell in the corners like trapped air. Shadows clung to the edges of the rooms, soft and unyielding, and the spaces between the walls felt too wide, too vacant, as if they were holding their breath. I had grown accustomed to it over the years, to the gentle unease that curled around me like a familiar blanket. When I was a child, I would spend hours wandering through the rooms, trailing my fingers along the cool, smooth surfaces of the furniture, feeling the dust settle beneath my touch. The air smelled of age and something else, perhaps a lingering hint of burnt wood, a remnant from a fire long extinguished. My parents had always insisted there was nothing to fear, that the house was just old, and old things often creaked and groaned. There was one room, however, that held my attention more than the others. It was a small, dimly lit space at the end of the hallway, its door slightly ajar, as if it beckoned me to enter. I would pause outside, my heart thudding in my chest, caught between curiosity and an instinctual desire to turn away. The glass room, they called it, though I never understood why. The walls were lined with mirrors, each one framed in dark, ornate wood that gleamed with a history of its own. They were not just mirrors, they were portals, reflecting back images that seemed to whisper secrets. In the muted light, I could see the flicker of my own reflection, but there was something in the way it moved that didn't quite match my own. It lingered a moment too long, a smirk that felt foreign, and I would recoil, the chill of fear rushing through me. I recall the summer afternoons when the sun spilled through the window, gilding the room in golden light. I would sneak in, drawn by the allure of those mirrors, and watch the way they reflected not just my image, but the shadows that danced just beyond the reach of the light. There was a depth in those reflections, a sense of something watching back, and I would often feel the faintest whisper of breath on my neck, as if the glass itself were alive, yearning to speak. As I grew older, the house changed. My parents drifted apart, their voices hollow echoes of what they once were. The laughter that used to fill the hallways faded, replaced by a heavy silence that pressed against my chest. I found myself retreating to the glass room more often, losing myself in the reflections that seemed to offer solace in their quiet company. There was a strange comfort in the way the mirrors held my gaze, a promise that I was not alone. One evening, as dusk settled over the horizon, I wandered into the room once more. The mirrors shimmered with a peculiar light, the glass glowing softly, almost invitingly. I stepped closer, entranced, and felt the cool surface against my fingertips. In that moment, I caught a glimpse of something that sent a shiver down my spine. An image not entirely my own, yet familiar. It was my face, but older, etched with lines of worry and sorrow. The eyes were the same, yet they glimmered with an unsettling depth, as if they had seen things I could only imagine. I stared, transfixed, and for a heartbeat, I thought I saw the reflection smile, a slow, deliberate curve of the lips that felt both inviting and ominous. My heart raced, and I stumbled back, the world tilting for a moment. That night, sleep eluded me. I lay in bed, the darkness thick around me, and the image of that older reflection haunted the edges of my mind. Was it a glimpse of my future? A warning? I shook my head, trying to dispel the thoughts, but they lingered like a shadow. The house creaked softly, the sound echoing in the silence, and I could almost hear the whispers of the mirrors calling to me. Days passed, and I avoided the glass room, but the pull grew stronger. I could feel it tugging at the edges of my consciousness, beckoning me back. Finally, I succumbed. The door opened with a soft sigh, and I stepped inside, the familiar chill wrapping around me like an embrace. The mirrors glimmered in the dim light, and I felt their gaze upon me, the weight of their reflections pressing down. As I approached, I noticed the air felt different, thick and charged with a kind of energy. I reached out, fingers brushing against the cool glass, and once again, the image shifted. This time, the reflection was not just of me, but of someone else standing beside me, a figure cloaked in shadow, indistinct, yet achingly familiar. My breath caught in my throat. I realized it was me, but not me. The reflection wore a knowing smile, eyes twinkling with secrets, and I felt a rush of warmth spreading through my chest, a strange sense of freedom. It gestured towards the other mirrors, each one revealing another version of myself. Each one different, yet all connected. I was entranced, feeling the distance between us dissolve. And in that moment, I understood. Each reflection was a path not taken, a life lived differently, choices that had shaped me into the person I was today. But as I reached out to touch the glass, the figure's expression shifted. The smile faded, replaced by something darker, a shadow of regret that gnawed at my insides. I recoiled, stepping back, and the reflections shimmered as if they were laughing, mocking me with the weight of my own choices. I fled the room, the whispers of the mirrors trailing behind me, but their call lingered in my mind, an echo that refused to fade. Days turned into weeks, and the house settled into an unsettling routine. I would hear soft murmurs in the night, the sound of footsteps echoing in the hallways, but each time I turned to look, nothing was there. One evening, as rain lashed against the windows, I found myself drawn back to the glass room. The air felt electric, crackling with anticipation. I stepped inside, the door closing with a soft click behind me, and the mirrors shimmered, alive with promise. I approached the center, the reflections dancing around me, and for the first time, I felt a sense of unity, a recognition that I was all of those versions, woven together by choices and chances. But then, as our gaze deeper, something shifted. The reflections began to twist and contort, the edges fraying like a dream unraveling. The faces grew darker, their smiles stretched into grimaces, and I felt the chill of dread creep into my bones. They were no longer offering solace. They were demanding something in return. I stepped back, breathless, and caught sight of myself in the central mirror. My reflection grinned, wide and unnerving, but it wasn't just a smile. It was a gaping maw, a void that threatened to swallow me whole. The room spun, the walls closing in, and I felt the weight of all those choices pressing down upon me, each one a shadow, pulling me into the depths of despair. With a sudden rush of instinct, I turned and fled, the whispers crescendoing into a cacophony of laughter, the mirrors mocking me with the choices I had made. I stumbled into the hallway, gasping for air, the shadows stretching and warping around me as I raced to escape their grip. The house echoed with my footsteps, but behind me, I could feel their gaze, the reflections watching. That was tonight's collection from Dr. Gloom. If it kept you company, consider liking, sharing, and subscribing. Rest well and dream deeper.